and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again.
All right. We have an esteemed guest with us. We have O.R. Shaki, the U.S. correspondent for Israel, Hayom, live from Washington, D.C. Thanks a lot, Shakit, for joining us. What is your first take on Donald Trump's speech? He clearly mentioned that we have destroyed their Navy, we have destroyed their Air Force, they don't have an air defense. But what about stopping the war? When is the war going to end, Mr. Shaki?
Well, first of all, one of the key things to understand here is that if you really look at the tone and some of the economic messaging and also messaging as it pertains to the duration of the war, it's very clear that this speech, more than any other audience, is intended to be domestic. He's trying to reassure and alleviate some concerns as it pertains to the to how long this war is going to last. And the economic implication as a result of the continuation of this war. When you look at the things that Trump mentioned, he basically gave a clear timeline to how long he believes that the hostilities would continue. He mentioned that it would take approximately 2 to 3 weeks, in which he will continue hitting military infrastructures. But he also mentioned that if there's not going to be a deal made with Iran, assumingly by April 6th, which is the clear deadline based on previous statements, then he would go ahead and hit electricity infrastructures as well, dealing a severe blow to the Iranian regime.
Right. Mr. Shakir, I want to ask you, you say this was a speech intended for domestic audience and trying to assuage their concerns. But as far as the timeline of the war is concerned, he did not give out specific details. He did say they will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, and then shortly the war will come to an end. Do you think that troops that have been mobilized in West Asia, will they be used for any ground operations now, or is that option off the table?
So that really depends on what they're going for here. I mean, obviously, they're not going to necessarily broadcast all of their military strategies on the air. And one can safely assume that some things that were said in this broadcast tonight are things that are supposed to allow them to increase their leverage in a case of a tactical surprise. Yes, it is indeed true that ground troops are amassing near Iran for a potential invasion, but based on reporting at least, it doesn't look like Trump has made up his mind as it pertains to bringing forces on the ground because of the risks that are involved in such moves, especially as it pertains to for example, the capture of Karg Island and some other key strategic assets for the Iranian regime.
Yeah, but Mr. Shaki, it's Iran, it's not Iraq, it's not Afghanistan, it's not going to be an easy job. Iran has a better military in this case, even if Donald Trump is planning for ground operations. They definitely have proven that they have a very superior missile technology, and they are leading the Middle East in this in the entire war. And they're striking U.S. assets, whether it be any Middle Eastern country. Don't you think it will be difficult, the timeline that has been given by Donald Trump? It is U.S.'s timeline. It's not Iran's timeline, and they have already started mocking United States of America. They have claimed that Donald Trump has claimed victory for the 25th millionth time this time, and also they have launched strikes against Israel just moments after the speech. So do you think Iran will adhere to the timeline, to the warning of Trump?
It is indeed true that Iran continues to threaten the entire region, including the Middle East. But for the most part, really Gulf countries. A lot of people don't know. Last week, there was a statistic that came out from Bloomberg, I believe, in which it was said that 87% of the projectiles are not made toward Israel, but rather to friendly Gulf countries that wanted nothing more than to stay out of this escalation. So that's something to be noted. That being said, it is very clear that there is military superiority by the United States and Israel as a combined force. Of course, the U.S. has the most advanced technologies in the world. And even if you see some partial successes, and of course they shouldn't be undermined. I mean, 13 service members, U.S. service members have been killed. And of course, some civilians in Israel and the Gulf as well, which roughly amount to around 50. Of course, it would have been much more had it not been for the defense systems that were in place in Israel and these respective countries. But at the end of the day, based on repeated statements, it appears that their projectile had diminished by 90% in terms of ballistic missile launches, in terms of drones, and the hitting of the launchers themselves, as well as the infrastructure, the manufacturing facilities, rather, has diminished their ability significantly. Are they still able to launch a handful of rockets each day, and are they still willing to make use of their proxies, such as Hezbollah and potentially the Houthis? Yes, but that doesn't mean that their military abilities are not degraded each day that passes with this operation.
But it definitely is. You're right when you make the point that their missiles might be depleting, their drones might be depleting, but they are continuing their strikes. They must be manufacturing because they are making their missiles inside their own country. They're not importing those missiles or their drones. And also, the way United States was spending in interceptors, or even when it comes to Israel, sir, you very well know that Israel does not have the strategic depth to fight a very long war with Iran, with the kind of missiles that Iran has. So don't you think it was a big miscalculation when it comes to striking Iran and fighting a very long war with Iran until US is preparing for complete big strikes at Iran aimed at completely decimating their country's military, air force, everything once and for all?
Well, again, I'm not a military official in the Army of the United States, nor am I a current member of the Israeli Defense Forces, so I can't speak exactly to what is going on in the battlefield at this very moment. But it is very clear, based on the continuous statements made by both the American and Israeli leadership, that there is a significant degradation of military assets in Iran. That pertains, of course, to the missiles, the projectors of the missiles, the drones. And yes, there is a trickle that remains, and that is because Iran is trying to leverage strategically the weapons that it has remaining in order to launch it effectively and reach maximum damage and harassment to the region and Israel. So according to intelligence estimates, I have been informed that Iran possesses now something between 300 to 400 missiles. That is not a marginal count of missiles that are very deadly and are very dangerous, but that is basically just a fraction of what they had previously, where they had thousands and thousands of weapons, and they were ready to launch them to every place in the region, essentially, as evidently seen by this escalation.
Right. Mr. Shaked, I want to ask you, because you said it is a speech intended for domestic audience, and now we have seen that gas prices are rising. They're about $4 per gallon, and his approval ratings are also below 40%. So in that case, when he goes on to make a speech like this, it talks about escalation, taking back Iran to Stone Age. How is this speech now being received in the U.S. back home? Because you're joining us from Washington, D.C., so if you could just, share some reactions which are coming to his speech.
Well, it's too early to tell. I mean, right now it's around 10:30 p.m. in the United States. So you'll probably see a lot of the reactions early tomorrow morning or during the night. But as it pertains to the responses, again, like the very reason he set out to do this in the first place is exactly because of what you mentioned. Because it appears that his popularity as a whole is diminishing further, and because there are concerns about gas prices and the stock market that is going down. But the fact that the president has marked specific, I wouldn't call it a deadline, but kind of like a framework of time of when this escalation would end, is supposed to allow the markets to continue to grow and to mitigate some of the damages as it pertains to the oil flow and the rising of gas prices. Whether he succeeded in that remains to be seen. I'll go to the gas station tomorrow and find out.
Yeah.
But of course, we'll have to see the implications of that. But also talking about the negotiation now, when Donald Trump says he will be going for escalations, where does this leave us with the war negotiations? Because there have been back-channel talks taking place between the two sides. Now, Iran, in fact, is launching missiles at Israel. So where does that leave us with the war, sir?
So that's actually an interesting point. I was kind of expecting during this speech that there would be more emphasis on the prospect of the negotiations and where they stand, but it ended up being a relatively marginal part of this the speech that was made tonight, and I think that it has to do with the fact that he wants to cause panic in the Iranian leadership as it pertains to the threats of that he plans on executing, at least according to what he says. And he wants to create more panic in the regime so there would be more concessions if and when it comes to a deal. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the deadline is April 6th, unless it is once again extended. And then we'll have to see whether he would fulfill his statement in which he will execute some attacks, simultaneous attacks he actually mentioned, of energy infrastructures, namely electricity manufacturing facilities, in order to further decapitate the abilities of the regime. Now, one interesting distinction in that respect is that he said that he will not go ahead and target oil manufacturing facilities. Because he understands, and that pertains to regional warnings that have been made by the Gulf countries, but also by a potential opposition in exile. I speak, of course, of Reza Pahlavi, that basically urge him not to hit the refineries and the oil facilities, because this would be something that would take maybe decades to rebuild and to leave for Iran a chance of survival, as the president mentioned. So again, I believe that the reason he was phrasing it this way and not mentioning the negotiations as much is because he wants to, by the virtue of his threats, to make the regime come to the negotiating table and to bring whatever concessions that they're able to actually have.
Yeah, definitely. But one last question for you, Mr. Shaked. Who exactly is Donald Trump talking to when it comes to ceasefire? That is one of the biggest questions. He says there is no regime. We did not want the regime to change. It happened, but it's still, Mojtaba is still there. The Iranian president is there. But who exactly is Donald Trump talking to, or the mediators, if you can put that into perspective for our viewers, sir?
So I don't know who exactly. I mean, I know that Pakistan is certainly involved, Turkey and Egypt, perhaps to a lesser capacity. That's in terms of the negotiations that are taking place. But as far as who is Trump talking to, I mean, he revealed recently that the suspicions that the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Ghalibaf, is very much involved in this effort, in these negotiations, and apparently he holds a level of power within the existing framework, whether independently or under the wing of the regime, to be able to negotiate. And what Trump basically mentioned is that he promised to the president that he would bring forward into the Hormuz Straits 10 ships. And he was able to execute that to basically show that he has the power that he claims. Now, whether there are parallel discussions with other regime figures, we don't know.
All right.
But I can attest that basically based on the Financial Times
Mr.
reporting.
Shakid, of course,
Yeah.
we'll have to see how those negotiations go forward in case they go in fact. But thanks so much for joining us on Republic and sharing your analysis on Trump's wartime address. Now we are shifting focus to more breaking developments. Oil markets have already started reacting to Donald Trump's address. Brent oil prices have now surged past $105 per barrel again after Trump's remarks. Now we're getting Brent crude futures rising about 3.8% to $105 per barrel right after Trump's speech. So Shivam, it does look like that oil markets are now reacting, and instead of in fact some sort of stabilization that we could have anticipated, we are looking at rise in the price of Brent crude. It's now surged over $105 per barrel.
Yeah, definitely. It means that Trump's remarks on Iran, the threats that he has given, the warning, the timeline, the 2 to 3 week timeline that he has given has spooked the global markets. That's one of the reasons. And even if US doesn't directly rely on Iranian oil, global supply fears drive prices up because the supply chain will be affected if there will be further strikes. If there will be a strike, for example, if there is a strike on Kharg Island, then it will definitely severely impact the oil prices. And also, IRGC will definitely block the entire Strait of Hormuz if there any further action that's happening in the near future. And it's also markets. They run on sentiments, and so this is a reaction to Donald Trump's speech, but I don't think so. There will be any big strikes. There are also back-channel talks happening as we speak. So now, it definitely is part of the market psychology, which has reacted about from the headlines of a war, the military actions, or sanctions that often trigger a speculative buying, and traders anticipate supply disruptions, even if actual exports remain stable. So we'll have to wait and watch because the markets might stabilize in the coming future, but definitely, Ishita, they have started reacting. Brent oil prices have surged.
And we're certainly not looking at the normalization of oil flows. At the Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked. The traffic there is blocked. We are still witnessing a disruption in oil supplies all across the world. So for the global audience of world over, at this moment, this does not change anything. Countries are still facing inflationary pressures, and we're also looking at more disruptions coming our way.
All right.
All right, viewers, now we're slipping into a very short break, but coming up on the other side, we tell you all the bigger takeaways from Donald Trump's wartime address. As he says, we do not need Hormuz. The other countries who are dependent on the strait can come and secure the strait.
And also, coming up, ladies and gentlemen, Iran launched missiles towards Israel soon as US President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing US-Israel-Iran war ended. Coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue our coverage.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
MDH
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
In the Global Employability Rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I'm joined by my colleague Ishita in the studio, and we'll continue our coverage and we'll analyze what exactly Donald Trump has said, though he has repeated most of his statements, Ishita.
Right, of course, it's a big wartime address. We anticipated either escalation or a pause in this conflict, and it does seem that we are moving now towards escalation. We'll get you all the big takeaways from his speech, but first up, a quick check at the headlines.
Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
U.S. President Donald Trump, amid his address on the ongoing war in West Asia, acknowledges Iran's regime change after the death of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait.
And Donald Trump says that we don't need Strait of Hormuz for our energy needs.
Iranian media retorts to U.S. President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing war in West Asia, alleges that Trump in a dreamland and mocks repeated claims of victory in the war.
Iran launched missiles towards Israel soon as U.S. President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing U.S.-Israel-Iran war ended.
Brent oil prices surged past $105 per barrel again after Donald Trump's wartime address. All right, viewers, we've got some breaking news coming in from the war zone in West Asia. Now, Iran's missiles reportedly have landed in Haifa in Israel shortly after Trump finished his speech about crippling Iran's missile capabilities. Now, tensions are only rising between Iran and the U.S., with Iran allegedly now firing more missiles at Israeli targets. So we are certainly looking at contradiction now unfolding on the ground. Donald Trump claims he has decimated Iran's missile capabilities, but right after he ends his speech, Iran now fires a salvo of missiles at Israel. In fact, we're getting some reports that damage has also been reported in Haifa. These are residential areas now being hit by a salvo of missiles are being fired by Iran, and not just missiles, but also cluster munition now being used by Tehran in the latest attack. So it does, Shivam, look like that there's complete contradiction to what Donald Trump is claiming and what's unfolding on the ground.
Yeah, definitely. It also seems like these are the latest images. Let us confirm that these are the latest images of the strike. The Iranian missiles arrived near Haifa port, and these are the images of the strikes, the latest ones. And this happened minutes after Donald Trump's claim. These are the images of the strike that took place, and Iran has once again proved that they will continue striking Israel or U.S. assets in the Middle Eastern region. The missiles have landed near Haifa, and these are the Haifa port minutes after Donald Trump claimed victory, claimed that he has finished the Iranian Navy and they're out of their missiles or they're out of their drones. But the pictures speak otherwise. The pictures tell a different story, and this is the reality. Donald Trump has started a war which is not going to end very soon. Now, he has given a warning, has given a 2 to 3 weeks timeline for a ceasefire. He's trying to push Iran towards a ceasefire. And primarily, though it was an address for the U.S. citizens, it was an address to the nation, that is the U.S., but the world was watching, and the global markets have sharply reacted to that also.
Right, of course, Shivam, we are looking at a major impacts. Oil markets also swinging sharply before and after Donald Trump's address. And these images of viewers on your screen show you the damage which, in fact, has taken place. The residential buildings hit. It does show a lot of damage that is now taking place right after Iran fired a salvo of missiles towards Israel. These are images from Haifa showing the aftermath of the latest strikes carried out by Iran. It's Haifa port. This is near a Haifa port, in fact, where buildings have been hit by Iranian missiles. And now, viewers, timing is key here. Right after Donald Trump concluded his speech, these missiles were fired by Iran towards Israel. All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking development. We're getting at the summer. Oil prices are now surged over 4% after Donald Trump war address, where he vowed to continue hitting Iran extremely hard. Now, this has sent Asian stocks also plummeting. Tokyo's Nikkei is also down by 1.4%. South Korea's market is also dropping by 3.4%. Hong Kong as well declining by 0.8%. So we are looking at a sharp reaction coming in from the market. It reflects investors' concerns about the ongoing war in West Asia and its potential impact on the global oil supplies as well as economic growth. Now we're looking at more escalation in this conflict, and markets obviously reacting to that in a way which is not nice for investors. They're all down, specifically Asian markets from Hong Kong to Japan. We're looking at slipping down of markets, as well as South Korea. They are now reacting sharply to Donald Trump's statement, Shivam.
Yeah, definitely. The oil prices have surged over 4% after US President Donald Trump's address. He was addressing the nation, that is America. He was saying all of it is temporary, and this is because of the ongoing operations that are happening. And also he made a clear mention that we do not need the Strait of Hormuz, but the world needs the Strait of Hormuz. And the world is reacting because the United States is engaging IRGC Iran near the Strait of Hormuz, and the global shipping has been severely impacted. The oil supply has been severely impacted, and this is the condition. The oil prices surging 4% just after US President finished his speech, his address, where he vowed to continue hitting Iran hard. And this has sent Asian stocks plummeting. Tokyo's Nikkei is 2225. Tokyo's Nikkei 225 fell 1.4% to 53,004.81. South Korea's Kospi dropped 3.4% to 5,292.36. And Hong Kong's Hang Seng declined 0.8% to 25,082.59. The market reaction reflects investors' concerns about the ongoing Iran conflict and its potential impact on global oil supplies and economic growth. Now, because the world is skeptical about what will be happening in the near future, the geopolitical tensions, the markets react on sentiments, and this is the reaction to that only. The remarks on Iran, that is the threats, the strikes, or possible escalation have spooked the global markets. Now, even if the US doesn't directly rely on Iranian oil, global supply fears drive prices up.
All right, now joining us on the broadcast is Saurabh Shukla, Chief Consulting Editor. He's live with us from US. So, Saurabh, coming back to you now, it looked like it was a speech intended for a domestic audience to assuage their concerns, because we have seen his approval ratings are down. It's an unending war. There's no clear exit for the US at this point. So how is the reaction now being received back home to the speech?
Well, I can tell you, in the US, certainly, if you ask me, this was a speech by the US president largely directed at his voters, at his base, saying that much of the job has been done, but still something remains to be done. A lot of people here were expecting him to announce that the war will actually end. That hasn't happened. So that's I would say a lot of observers here are saying that that was not on the expected lines. What he has signaled, though, is that this war will come to an end soon, because obviously that's a clear message that he wanted to give it to the Iranian leadership as well. The IRGC holdouts who are fighting it out and who are actually preventing a deal to be happening. Sources here are telling me that there are two factions at play here. One faction, which is the moderate faction, which wants the deal to happen and the war to end. There's the other faction led by some IRGC leaders who still want to fight it out. So obviously, there's a message for them as well by President Trump saying that if you don't climb down, I will hit you harder. But obviously, the market, as you saw, has seen a bloodbath of sorts. The Asian markets are open. Obviously, once the U.S. markets open tomorrow, I expect a major reaction there as well. But clearly, this wasn't on expected lines, and that means that volatility and uncertainty will only continue. And obviously, and that's a challenge for Asian countries and countries like India specifically, which, get bulk of their oil, bulk of the from the Strait of Hormuz, the fertilizer supplies, they're all getting impacted. A lot of, these vessels are stuck. So I don't see any respite which we were expecting from this address. That's not going to happen in the immediate term, and that's a cause of concern.
Right. Saurabh, you said the war could come to an end in about 2 to 3 weeks, which is what Donald Trump also hinted at. But I want to ask you, it does look like it will get worse before it gets better, because we could be now seeing major escalations taking place in the coming few weeks before we see an end.
I get a sense that there are three factors that we have to bear in mind. One, Iran, much of its ballistic missile, I would say, capability has been hit. So if you see from almost 200 to 300 missiles being fired, now that number has come down to barely under 100. I think in the days to come, even that will be impacted badly. What the challenge now is, how will the US and Israel ensure that they get the allies on board? And that's the reason why he's calling on countries and the friends of the US, which have a bigger strategic stake on the Strait of Hormuz, to make sure that there is some way they can come together to create freedom of navigation there, which obviously is not easy. As you know, Strait of Hormuz, 160 miles long. There is some parts which is like just barely 22 miles where the Iranians can hit at any ship, and they have demonstrated that. So how will that pan out will really be very critical in the next week or so. But for now, I would say that the world is waiting to see another week of uncertainty and volatility. We expected some kind of stability to creep in with the president signaling that the war will come to an end. But the fact that he's already saying that it may be 2 to 3 weeks sends a message. And I also get a sense that the negotiations are not, happening at the pace that they're expected.
Exactly.
Yeah. Sort of Shivam this side. My question to you is, but who exactly is Donald Trump talking to? He speaks about the regime. He says that we did not want the regime change to happen, but it happened. Now, the earlier statements differ because it was expected that the major aim, it was a clear objective for the United States of America that a regime change should happen. They were supporting the supporters, the protesters who were protesting in Iran, in Tehran in the earlier days. As we remember, that help is on the way, help is coming, and now he's making a different statement. He's saying a regime change was not our aim. So who exactly now will he be talking to?
Let me be frank here, okay? That the part one of the war against Iran, the fact that they took out the entire top leadership, was a roaring success. There is nothing, nobody, you cannot deny that fact. The fact that they've been able to take away the ballistic missile defense, Iran's nuclear capability, that has been hit to a great extent. All that is fine. But yes, the fact remains that in terms of a civilian uprising, in terms of what there was expectation that people will rise and overthrow and come to the street, that hasn't happened. So I think that is where there is a strategic reasoning and there is a change of gears which is required from the US and Israeli side. How does that happen? Because obviously, and when he talks about regime change, he's obviously clearly saying that the aim wasn't regime change. They wanted a different kind of a government, which is more, not only a more democratic government, but a government which obviously values the civil rights of people, that to happen. If that has indeed happened on the ground is a big question to ask, and I don't see that happening imminently, at least from the reports that we are seeing, which are emerging from the ground. Maybe, I also get a sense that sometimes while this speech was entirely directed, if you ask me, for the US domestic audience, specifically for, bearing in mind that the US will get into very critical midterms in November. Already the countdown has begun, and obviously President Trump wants to send out a message that we have achieved much of the targets. Obviously, there will be limited pain for a while, but he is assuring his voters, his support base, that the war will come to an end. And obviously, the challenges that they are seeing at this moment, whether the gas price is going up, the stock market is getting impacted, or the economic volatility may not last too long. But the fact remains that the markets obviously have not reacted in the manner in which he was expecting. So certainly you may see the US markets stumbling, and that obviously has a big impact. He's a businessman. He realizes how important is the economic factors. And, he has been a maverick politician. So you don't know what's going to happen when the markets open tomorrow.
Yeah.
And you have to wait and watch here.
Yeah, definitely. Sort of the other question is, when we speak about Iran, we say definitely maybe their stockpile of drones is depleting, their stockpile of missiles are depleting. But what about the United States of America? What about Israel? Even their interceptors are depleting as we speak. They have fired thousands of interceptors to intercept the drones and the missiles which are being launched even in the entire Middle Eastern region. What about the economics of the war? Can Donald Trump think of prolonging the war to a level where it will become very costly? Will he get the approval for escalating it to that level? Iran might be completely decimated and destroyed, but what about the United States of America and the cost of the war?
See, war anywhere in the world, war has a heavy cost, whether it's the human cost or the military cost. And certainly it's having an impact on the US as well. And that's the reason why I've said all along on your shows or in my analysis, I don't see this war to be a very prolonged war, but certainly you cannot leave at a stage when Iran can actually bounce back. So obviously there are calculations that the strategic planners have in mind, but I can tell you the appetite for war in the US for a long-drawn conflict is certainly very low. Even amongst President Trump's supporters, I can tell you that during this war, while his overall ratings amongst his own base, that's gone up. Obviously, there are a lot of people who don't want the war to happen. Those ratings have gone down. But when it comes to Republican supporters, that has gone up. If in the next week or so, if this prolongs, that tends to get impacted, certainly you will see President Trump taking a different tack. So I would say that a lot of this stuff, today's address, if you ask me, from my analysis, was largely directed at the domestic audience. And obviously, he did mention about the fact that the allies and did talk about the fact the Strait of Hormuz and did talk about the fact that the US has gained a lot in the war. But I get a sense that somehow it's more of a pressure tactics, also testing waters. How will people respond to it? How will the markets respond to it? And then obviously change tack, which he has been doing consistently through the course of this war.
Right. Saurabh, you mentioned that we'll have to anticipate and wait how exactly the US market is going to react while Asian markets are all down, they are plummeting. I want to ask you, Donald Trump says he wants to achieve his military objectives in 2 to 3 weeks. He says almost all are done and we will be done with the rest in about 2 to 3 weeks. He's certainly looking for some respectable exit, an off-ramp that he could claim as a victory. So according to your understanding, what is he trying to achieve in the coming 2 to 3 weeks?
My sense is that, he wants the Iranian leadership, especially the moderate leadership led by its president and obviously the foreign minister, to formally, they have given a certain set of demands to adhere to that Iran will not resort to any nuclear, it will not get any nuclear weapon at all, making sure that there are certain limits placed on its ballistic missile program, that it will not have ballistic missiles which can go beyond a certain range. The range is being talked about from 500 miles. So that will make sure that entire Europe and a lot of the US allies will be out of that range. But certainly the way they have reacted, you have to wait and watch, because I get a sense, and I said that earlier, on Arnab's show as well, that the attacks that are happening from both the sides, even though the diplomatic parleys are happening, is also power projection. Both sides want to send out a message to the other that, we still have that upper hand. So this is what he's trying to do. Obviously, I think that's a part of a well-calibrated strategy. How much will it have an impact? You will have to wait and watch, because, it's an evolving situation. But the big headline, if you ask me, from today is that the war is continuing. It hasn't ended. And you will see, a week or so or 10 days of, uncertainty, volatility that's surrounded by this war. And unless, you have some kind of a diplomatic, negotiation yielding results, and Iran formally coming and accepting that they've accepted the demands, I don't see an immediate end to the war.
Right.
All right. So thanks a lot for your time and for your in-depth analysis on what exactly Donald Trump meant by his speech. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on and once again listen to the main highlights of Donald Trump's speech, the address to his nation.
Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons factories and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again.
Slipping into a very short break, and coming up on the other side, the impact of Donald Trump's war speech as he declares Iran regime dead after the death of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
Iranian media retorts to US President Donald Trump's address on ongoing West Asia war, alleges Trump in dreamland, and mocks repeated claims of victory in war. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Director, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है। लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ,
Meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
U.S. President Donald Trump, amid his address on the ongoing war in West Asia, acknowledges Iran's regime change did take place after the death of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
Anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait.
Trump says we don't need Strait of Hormuz for our energy needs.
Iranian media retorts to U.S. President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing war, alleges Trump in dreamland and mocks repeated claims of victory in the war.
Iran launched missiles towards Israel soon as U.S. President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing U.S.-Israel-Iran war ended.
Brent oil prices surged past $105 per barrel again after Donald Trump's war speech. All right, viewers, beginning with breaking news getting at this hour. Our top focus, how are oil markets reacting to Donald Trump's speech? Now, oil prices have surged over 4% after Donald Trump's war address, where he vowed to continue hitting Iran extremely hard. It has sent Asian markets also plummeting at this point. Now, Tokyo's Nikkei 225 has fell about 1.4%, while South Korea's Kospi dropped 3.4%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng has now declined 0.8%. We are looking at sharp market reactions coming in as it now reflects investors' concern about the ongoing war in West Asia and its potential impact on global oil supplies and economic growth. All right, my colleague Pranav now joins me with more details on this. Pranav, we were anticipating maybe Trump could hint at pause and markets could be stabilized, but he's now hinted at escalation, and Asian markets are specifically sharply reacting, all plummeting at this moment.
Well, absolutely. In fact, there were expectations, one, that Trump would probably announce an exit from NATO, and the second would be that he could or he may announce that the operations in Iran have closed. So these were, of course, the expectations. But what Trump has today said is that, one, Operation Epic Fury is close to an end, but it will continue. But the U.S. will continue to hit Iran for the next 2 or 3 weeks. So that has kind of put the energy infrastructure in Iran at risk. Second is that he has also said that the Strait of Hormuz remains a problem for everybody else who's buying, and people or countries can buy oil for themselves. So this has created an uncertainty in the energy in energy sector. As a result of which we are seeing oil prices rising as we speak. Oil is up $3.93, about 4% up. Brent is up about 5%, and yes, Asian markets are all down despite rising yesterday. So Australian markets are down about 1%, Nikkei is down about 2%, and the Indian markets are also expected to open lower.
Now, what will be the future when it comes to the oil prices, Pranav? Because it just happened after the speech of Donald Trump. Markets run on sentiments, and the world does not seem to be positive when it comes to the oil prices. Because if after 2-3 weeks there is a strike by the United States of America, this will be supposedly a bigger strike than the previous ones, Pranav.
Well, absolutely. And as you said, markets indeed run on sentiments. In fact, if you see, experts have been warning that even after the operation, the military operation is over, the impact on oil prices is likely to be felt over months, because the input costs of these companies that are importing oil right now, they will continue to, impact these quarterly results of all these corporations and companies over the next few quarters. So even if the war is near an end, what we are seeing is that Trump's speech has just added to the uncertainty regarding the oil prices in the region and the supply of oil in the region. Insurance costs have gone up, as a result of which we are already seeing the Indian government itself, increase the ATF, though they kept it at 25%, but the ATF prices have gone up. Commercial LPG prices have gone up. So we are seeing an overall impact of energy disruption on markets across the globe, and that we will have to wait and see. It is only when that stabilizes that the markets will kind of look at certain amount of a concrete positive reversal.
All right, Pranav, so of course we'll have to wait and watch and see how Indian markets now react to Donald Trump's war address, which has in fact hinted at more escalations. And now viewers, shifting to more breaking developments we're getting at this hour. Now Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has backed Donald Trump's leadership for the US's strong economy and military. He said it's driving progress toward achieving objectives in Iran. Bessent also stated Trump's decisive leadership has now built the strongest economy in the history, which in turn fuels the country's military strength at the moment. Now, he also goes ahead to add he believes the U.S. is now nearing completion of its core strategic objectives in Iran, ending the country's threat to the world. Bessent also emphasized that economic security is key to national security, while saying that Trump is now leveraging both to keep Americans secure and prosperous.
All right, so this is Bessent's reaction. Trump's leadership fuels economic strength. This will be definitely a supportive statement, no doubt about that. The Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has Trump's leadership for the U.S.'s strong economy and military, saying it's driving progress towards achieving their objectives in Iran. We have guests with us joining to speak on this issue for their analysis. All right, we have Sierra Claire, a foreign policy expert, live from Los Angeles, and thanks a lot for joining us. And we also have Ritesh Tandon, U.S. Congressional Republican candidate, joining us from California, USA. Thanks a lot, Ritesh. My first question, Ritesh, will be to you. What's your take on Donald Trump's latest speech? The kind of reaction which we are receiving from Iran. Iran is mocking Trump after the speech. They're saying that Donald Trump has claimed victory the 25th millionth time.
So I just want to say that, first of all, thank you so much for bringing me here. I like to say that Trump is completely unpredictable. Actually, he don't want to share his war strategy, but he does the things like nobody can predict. For example, for his war, actually, even though he's saying that he's going to hit the Iran, because he wants the Iran to come on the table to negotiate, open the canal, and not only this part, to end their nuclear missile program, because that's the main goal. Because world is not the safe place when the Iran has the nuclear weapons. Today, actually, Iran, Israel, both together, they have completely destroyed the Iranian Navy, Air Force. In fact, they have also impacted very heavily on their nuclear program. But Trump actually strategy is very clear. When they are in, they want to complete the job and want to make sure that the objective where Iran don't have the nuclear weapon is achieved. So right now the war is getting more and more complex, and I see that President Trump wants to move out of the war, and in that case, they want to negotiate with the Iran to close the deal.
But Ritesh, other question to you. Does Iran have nuclear weapons as we speak right now? Is that threat as big as being said? Because Joe Kent begs to differ from your statement. He has also released another statement now. He said, we do not honor our fallen heroes by getting more of our best men and women killed in the Middle East region. Now, the kind of reactions that we are getting after Trump's speech speak otherwise. Ritesh.
Yeah. So here is the thing, like Iran, they have never allowed outsiders to go and check their facility. They always keep on shouting death to Americans, death to Israelis, and death to anyone supporting America. So here, actually, they have never allowed anyone. If they have came on the table and work with the Americans and the other people around the world, and together let everybody say that this nuclear program, even if they have, is for the peace process or something, things might be different. Today, when you look into October 12 incident where 12,000 Israelis were killed by the Hamas, and when we look into the Hamas, actually, they have done the brutal killing of Israelis and Americans. And also, let's look into, for India, we also, the same Hamas is sitting with 2025 at the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir with Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, everyone. So technically, Iran was a mothership of supporting terrorism across the world. And now this mothership is sinking. And in this sink, even the countries like, I can say UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, everybody want this mothership to be controlled. Iran themselves, they have killed 45,000 people of their own, which is a very surprise. No one in the world is coming forward to become their voice. I think what the President Trump and what Israelis are doing right now.
But Ritesh, even Pakistan has nuclear weapons in this case, and they should not be having nuclear weapons. They are also sponsoring terrorism. We have Sierra Claire with us also. Ishita, over.
And of course, Sierra Claire, coming to you now. Now, Donald Trump says he's achieved almost all of its military objectives and could be looking at winding down of this conflict in the coming 2 to 3 weeks. Now, from the outset, it looks like he's looking for this big victory that he can claim a respectable exit or an off-ramp, as many would call it. What, according to you, is trying to achieve in the coming 2 to 3 weeks as we now stare at more escalations?
Well, he's trying to achieve with the negotiations with the regime to get them to open the Strait of Hormuz. And I believe that he is also trying, most of the military objectives have been met. He said that in the speech. And the Department of War puts out updates, showing that. But, we want to make sure that there is no remnants because, as he also said in his speech, our Gulf partners and Israel as well, we don't want any stray missiles that were hidden in some cache underground that we just didn't get to because we left too early. So we are just being very thorough with this. And as he said, the hitting them very strongly, taking them back to the Stone Age, that's to get them to open the strait.
Right. Now, Ritesh, coming back to you, Democrats are obviously reacting very sharply to address. They're saying that Donald Trump went into this conflict without any strategic clarity, and now there's no clear exit plan as well. But at large, what has been the reaction coming in on Donald Trump's speech? Because it does look like a major part of it was intended towards a domestic audience.
So I just want to say very clearly this part. Even though President Trump went without any warning, think of it what happened in the first day. they got the major victory because their goal was to change the regime. And that's what they achieved. But one thing I want to say, what I mean to say achieved is by removing the main Iranian leader Khamenei, right? So if President Trump and go and ask and take permission, they will not be able to achieve what they achieved on the first day. So here is the thing, and the Congress leaders here, at least in the United States, both Republican and Democrat side, they will never ever allow President Trump to go to war. You look into the other presidents also, Obama and other presidents, they have gone to war without taking any permission. So President Trump has not done anything wrong here. It is his strategy. And actually, when he has a strategy, he has certain goal. And with that goal, actually, he's achieving a lot more. But I can say that the state of Hormuz, it is closed by Iran. This is one of the concern not only for President Trump, but entire leaders. I think that will open up very soon. And that's the reason President Trump said very clearly, open it up or we'll hammer it very heavily to you. And this is coming, I can say.
All right.
All right, now the kind of reactions that we are getting also. Now, the other main question that I asked you, Mr. Ritesh, was who exactly is a bigger threat for you? Comparatively, if you can do the comparative analysis in this case, can it not be Pakistan in this case? I'll repeat my question, because they have nuclear weapons. They are a bigger threat than Iran. Definitely, Iran might have been very close to enriching nuclear weapons, but there were talks happening between the United States of America and Iran, and even then the strikes took place. Will Iran trust Trump in further statements, in further warnings of ceasefire and in talks, because you have struck Iran even while the talks were happening? And who actually is the bigger threat for you?
So if we look into from India perspective, of course, Pakistan is a threat, and not only Pakistan but China as well. But when we look into the across the world, look into the what Iranians.
No, but these are the U.S. intelligence assessment reports. They claim that Pakistan is building missiles that might have range that will reach Europe or United States of America. These are your assessments, not our assessments. Definitely Pakistan is a threat for us, but it should be a threat for you too. Why are you supporting Pakistan? Why is the US involved with Pakistan in many cases? Why is the US supporting Pakistan?
So you have to look from this angle. Pakistan army, they are very close to the US army, and they are like one of the puppets. US buys Pakistan. Their leaders, they come here, they bow in front of the of US leadership, and then they go back. They are not a threat. Whatever US want from Pakistan, they can get it done. You have seen the example of Afghanistan, what happened. Whatever US want to achieve, they have achieved in Afghanistan, and Pakistan was helping them. Only thing what Pakistan need is just throw the money to them, and they will talk your language. Here, and that's the reason why they are not a threat. When we look into the Iran actually, they are not only building the nuclear weapons, they have bombed the US carrier. They have the drones, what they are supplying to the Russians, which are fighting against other side. I can tell you, they have a lot more capability. And today, when we look into Iranians people, as I said earlier, the mothership who was supporting Hezbollah, who was supporting all the Hamas leadership, who are supporting all the Houthis who are attacking all the ship. I think that mothership, if it falls, I think world can be much safer place today. Look into the Iranian regime when they kill their own 45,000 people. Who are we actually? They can do a lot more destruction to the world. And I can say that there are some countries who are very neutral, like France, UK, Germany, Netherlands, all those people. But it's time to clear up the Iran very straightforward way, I can say, and make this world more safer place to live. And your question is, Pakistan, even though they have anything, what they talk a lot more than what they have, let me tell you.
Okay.
And Iran's a much bigger threat.
Yeah.
All right. Now Sierra also continues to stay with us. Sierra, coming back to you now, a big question on everyone's mind is right now is what happens to the Strait of Hormuz. It still remains blocked. Iran is now intended to continue its leverage, while Donald Trump also does not seem very keen to reopen it. He's sort of shifting the responsibility to more countries which are dependent directly on the Strait of Hormuz. So how do you think this is likely to now play out?
Yeah, absolutely. If I could just touch on the Pakistan issue quickly, I want to push back a little bit to say that the U.S. doesn't view them as a threat at all. I think that when you hear people like Tulsi Gabbard, who say that the biggest threat America's facing is actually Islamic terrorism, I think that we are looking at Pakistan. We're looking at Islamic extremism as a whole. And so there are countries that fall under that, but it's really about the Islamic extremism. And in terms of your question about the opening the strait, I think it's shocking that the NATO allies have taken zero interest in their own energy. And I think that that is certainly affecting the decision making, as we do think about an exit strategy. We don't want to leave a power vacuum. What if China comes in and takes over the strait? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things that could happen. We worked so hard to get China's influence out of the Panama Canal because it's dangerous to have these type of regimes controlling key energy choke points. Right. And so the Europeans should care about that too, that it concerns them as well. And so it's very shocking that they haven't shown any interest.
All right.
All right, Sarah, Claire and Ritesh Tandon, thanks so much to both of you for joining us on Republic and sharing your analysis on Donald Trump's foreign address. Thank you so much. And now viewers are moving on to another, in fact, glimpses from Donald Trump's speech, the big takeaways on what exactly he said about the escalations coming in the coming 2 to 3 weeks and also the possible impact of this.
Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces, very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces, very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world, and now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up after the break. Trump says we don't need Strait of Hormuz for our energy needs. Coming up next.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Corrector, the taste of success.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है,
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरी राजा,
मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and my colleague Shivam is also with us. Now, viewers, Donald Trump just concluded his wartime address a short while ago, and it was a nothing, but it looked like a copy-paste of all that he has been saying over the past few weeks in his social media posts. So we'll try to decode that for our viewers in this broadcast. Shivam.
Yeah, definitely we'll decode and we'll give you the main highlights of his speech. And also he has given a warning. He has given a timeline of 2 to 3 weeks, and he has warned that he will conduct strikes against Iran if they don't go for a ceasefire and for the talks. We'll get you all the latest updates and all top national and international breaking news developments. But first up, Ishita, let's have a look at the top headlines.
Right, of course. U.S.
Our
President Donald
ongoing
Trump.
regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
U.S. President Donald Trump, amid his address on the ongoing war in West Asia, acknowledges Iran's regime change after the death of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait.
Donald Trump says we don't need Strait of Hormuz for our energy needs.
Iranian media retorts to U.S. President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing war, alleges Trump in a dreamland and mocks repeated claims of victory in the ongoing war.
Iran launched missiles towards Israel soon as U.S. President Donald Trump's address on the ongoing U.S.-Israel-Iran war ended.
Oil prices surge again. Asian markets fall right after Donald Trump's war address. All right, viewers, our top focus at this hour at the poll-bound state of West Bengal. We're now looking at tensions escalating in Kala Chak, West Bengal, as 7 judicial officers, including of women, are being held hostage by protesters over alleged mass deletions from the electoral rolls. Now, these protesters, reportedly the supporters of Trinamool Congress, are blocking the national highway, demanding the inclusion of deleted names. The situation began when responsible officers failed to respond to their complaints, and the Chief Electoral Officer's office, in fact, has now instructed the district magistrate as well as the Superintendent of Police to address the issue immediately.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big breaking news development coming in from West Bengal. 7 judicial officers, including 3 women, are being held hostages by protesters over alleged mass deletions from the electoral rolls. The protesters, reportedly supporters of the TMC, are blocking the national highway, demanding the inclusion of deleted names.
All right, now Mayuk Ghosh, Deputy Executive Editor of Republic Bangla, joins us with more details. Mayuk, do tell us how exactly the situation got triggered and what is the situation with regard to these officers being held hostage by these protesters?
Well, the national highway number 12, NH12, is still blocked. It's one of the crucial highways connecting North Bengal and South Bengal, and this highway ends in Chicken Snake. That's the Siliguri corridor. So it's one of the most crucial highways in Bengal, northern region. 7 judicial officers, as you told, including 3 women, were trapped inside for more than 10 hours, and this national highway siege is going on for more than 18 hours now. In fact, 7 judicial officers who were inside, they said that they were physically confined inside the BDO office at Kaliachok 2. This Kaliachok 2 is also the place where in 2016 the deadly riots happened. And this is the same place from where several times FICN, foreign Indian currency note rackets, were being arrested, and they were directly part of Al-Badr and Jaish terror groups. So this place is sensitive, and blocking a highway getting into Kaliachok is one of the biggest alarming thing that can happen right now. What we are getting in, 7 judicial officers remained physically confined inside the BDO office in Kaliachok 2, which had been surrounded and get out by a large mob yesterday also. Today also we are seeing the same visuals. The local security detail described the situation outside as highly volatile, and most importantly, the government servants, they are feeling threats. They are getting threats, and they are saying that their life is in threat, so they are not going to come back to Kaliachok BDO office and work on this. Following instructions from the district judge and the Calcutta High Court judges, the officers were taken out, but the situation is still volatile. The highway is still blocked. Several trucks coming from Kolkata to Siliguri, they are standing on the highway. It's like a serpentine jam for more than 45 kilometers right now. So starting from Dhulian, that's 45 kilometers away from Kaliachok, the whole stretch is chock-a-block. So this is one of the deadliest mayhem that can happen in traffic control, as well as for the security measure for a road leading to the Siliguri corridor.
Right, it does. It's a very concerning development, and it does look like that the situation over SIR is now escalating. But now district magistrate and the superintendent of police in the area have been asked to address this issue. So any progress on that front, any action from their side?
Well, right now we are getting reports from the local reporters as well as Republic Bangla reporters standing there, and the situation is same. In fact, the situation may escalate further after more number of protesters join in to block the highways. The main concern is that the NH12 highway is blocked for the last 17 hours. People from Siliguri, people from Kolkata, people from Murshidabad and Malda, they don't have access to a bypass road, and the bypass road, that's the smaller road, is also in a very bad shape. So basically, right now, what they're trying to do is to decommunicate the entire stretch of North and South Bengal, and most importantly, cut off North Bengal from South Bengal.
All right, so Mayuk, are you saying this was all pre-planned? They had already planned for this? One side they are holding them hostage, on the other side they're blocking the highway.
Well, what we are getting from reports, it's pre-planned. The entire blockade program was planned for 30 hours before it happened. So basically, it was communicated to every WhatsApp groups is what we are getting in from reports. It was communicated via microphones. It was communicated via loudspeakers, and then they were asked to join in. They were asked to come in the highway and then stop the highway completely. There were people who started sleeping on the highway. There were people who started cooking on the highway. So it's like a Shaheen Bagh kind of a protest that has started for the last 17 hours. It's like a protest we have seen in Noida Highway. We have seen during the farmers' protest. So basically, this highway is absolutely very sensitive, unlike the Noida Highway, because of the fact that it has reasons regarding national security also. Kaliachok is just the bordering part of Indo-Bangladesh border. On other hand, there's Chapai Nawabganj in Bangladesh, which is the hub of Jamaat and Ansarul Bangla. And on the other hand, you have small parts of the Chittagong stretch, which is also known for its communal elements on the other side of the border. So basically, Kaliaganj, if Kaliaganj is cut off for more than 17 hours from the heart of Bengal or from Kolkata, it's really a matter of concern.
All right. The other question, the ECI also has sought a report from the Director General of West Bengal Police on the incident. Any update on that, and what's the present scenario in that location?
Well, as I told you, the judicial officers were evacuated out last night only at around 1 a.m. They were very close to their hotels also. But the highway is still blocked. The highway is being protected by the local police deployment is there, along with forces have also been on standby. So any untoward should be monitored and should be doused by the local administration. The TIT himself is in charge. The local SP he is also in charge. They have specifically been instructed by the Election Commission as well as the CEO's office to see that these things. Importantly, we as from Republic also we are highway BC. So certainly a thing that a high and this may be much
any work from
in the police is
with mission.
Of course, be going there with this annually proximity of in fact is a testing line.
Dr. Your take.
Yes, sir. The optimist second. And, opportunity for how they person in reaction and
It's a big successful lift-off of Artemis 2. And now viewers, in fact, we will be upping this to another successful
Stage of war, alleged fraud in Dreamland mocks the claims of victory in war.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस।
उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है मसाला
Only the following 6 institutions from 230 in the world for having the most improved graduates: IISc Bank, IT, and
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर स्थिति का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए देशवासियों से कहूंगा, हमें आदरणीय सभापति जी,
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change. All of their original countries in the world, and we're in great the most straight.
Needs to Hormuz for our energy.
President Donald
Trump ended.
Asian markets fall after Donald Trump's war address.
To rocket off historic moon mission.
All right, the escalation in the unclear what more needs to be achieved in strength has been degraded. Now he also to say he of Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and reduce. He emphasizes that the prolonged war is significantly impacting the economy, specifically. He stresses that Australia not participate in this war, and for more diplomacy coming from Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who is saying he supported the original objective of Iran does not this war by Donald Trump. At the same time, he calls for play.
Australia's a participant in this war. We did support the original objectives, preventing Iran from and degrading its capacity to endanger its neighbours. Despite its indiscriminate attacks across the region, Iran is degraded. Its capacity to launch missiles. Those objectives of the more economy will be.
All right, we have
in the Middle East as petrol and diesel prices in support for the original objectives, preventing Iran from ever obtaining. Air Force is degraded. Its Navy is degraded. Its military industrial base is degraded, and so too is its capacity to launch. the global economy will be.
Thanks a lot for joining us.
Also losing, and not losing as badly as the U.S. In some sense, we've never are we stopping?
Excuse me. Right.
Anything. Getting any surrender. Okay. Yeah. Now. Every they
long
Now, taking place. Also, also Iran's name is already heavily crippled. U.S. Iran's military is heavily crippled. They have targeted IRG. We also see how they have taken Strait of Hormuz hostage. They're very active. So how is claiming that Iran's military is crippled? See strikes coming in from Iran the world every single.
This is what I call capability enemy, which Iran from fighting technological. They said the missile silos have been destroyed, missile launchers have been launching capability has been restricted. The number of missiles as also the number of to the the target a lot. So how are we saying that the missile and the drone capability of Iran has been diminished? You can call it an overwhelming victory. So it is very, very operation Iran that has been done by US, and that is why every day the figures, despite being it is now 75 to 80%, they keep going back to the same which existed the day when it began.
Right. And I want to ask you, it does look like US and Israel miscalculated, they underestimated Iran's capabilities. But at this point, Trump is desperate. He's looking for some respectable exit, in off-ramp sort of kind of a thing. So do you think with the kind of troops he has mobilized in West Asia, he could go now for a ground invasion or seizing of Kurg Island, something big that he could claim as victory? Do you see that coming, in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, or will that not take place and we will be exiting this conflict with just strikes taking place as they have been taking place over the last few weeks?
So, ground troops have been mobilized. We all know the troops are closing in. I think the figure is ranging between 7 to 7,500 troops that are being mobilized, basically airborne division paratroopers and the marine forces. But I think that if you are looking at a war to end in 2 to 3 weeks, then it could only be posturing and to put a fear as far as Iran is concerned on the implication. But Trump also knows, Israel also knows, and Pentagon has said it very clearly in many briefings that a ground offensive of this smaller nature is just not going to make a dent into any operational objectives that the US is wanting to achieve. Secondly, when you say of the Kurg Island or the 2 other sets of island or the coast of Iran, Bandar Abbas, Bushehr, etc., the terrain is so hard for any sustained offensive operations to be carried out. I've done a detailed terrain analysis which was published by NDTV 2 days back, and it clearly shows that how Iran is blessed by geography and how it is very, very difficult to launch these kind of operations which some of the media reports are hinting at. So I don't think ground troops are going to be launched, but if they are launched, it's going to be a disaster. I can tell you that right away today morning.
Right. Colonel Agarwal, I really wanted to hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. So let's go to the breaking news we're getting for our viewers. Russia says that the United States is unable to reopen the Strait of Hormuz despite its military power. This after Trump said he will soon open the strait. So a very important update coming in here where we see Russia saying US unable to reopen Strait of Hormuz despite military power. And while President Trump spoke a short while there, he addressed the nation, Trump has urged other nations, including US allies, to show courage and take care of the Strait of Hormuz, which is a critical waterway under Iran's chokehold as we speak. So, Ishita, I'm also coming back to you, and we can also go to a guest now on this. Russia saying that US claims they have great military power, but they are not being able to penetrate through the Strait of Hormuz, and this is a big statement coming in from Russia, Ishita.
Right, of course. Colonel, coming back to you on this, it does also reflect the helplessness on the part of the US, because the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war, and Trump here has been struggling to build a coalition. European allies have clearly stated that this is not their war. They will not help him in reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And now he just seems, is just raising his own hand, saying that, I am done. If you really want the strait to be open, then go secure this for yourself. And now Russia also saying that it is a big question on their military capabilities that they're not able to open the Strait of Hormuz.
Absolutely, Ishita. I mean, it has become a joke on the internet and on social media that the Strait of Hormuz was open well before the war ended. And now the strategic objective or the military objective for Trump is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which is already open. Right. So it is funny to the extent that you can discuss it to any point of time. The fact of the matter is that the military means that US employed to ensure that the Strait of Hormuz remains open have failed because of the missile and drone capability of Iran in that narrow strait where it could target. We all know the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier was, targeted a number of times, which Trump himself has admitted, and it had to fall back to the Arabian Sea, 1,000 plus kilometers away from the, firing line. The aircraft carrier Gerald Ford has already, docked in Cyprus or Greece somewhere for repairs, which is not going to make it battle worthy for any amount of time for the foreseeable future. And the ability of US to have a naval, presence to ensure the Strait of Hormuz remains open is not there. And that is why you see, on one hand, Trump says that the objective is to open the Strait of Hormuz and then end the war. And on the other side, he's saying, I don't care if whoever wants to take the oil from Strait of Hormuz can open the Strait of Hormuz.
Right.
And what I have read on Sunday, I think, coming Sunday or Saturday, the UK Prime Minister is holding a meeting of, 35 world leaders, basically European allies, to see how they can come up with a plan to have the Strait of Hormuz open.
Right.
So he's essentially created a mess for the world leaders to now clean up, Shivangi.
That is right. And, Ishita, I also want to ask Colonel Agarwal that Strait of Hormuz is so important because one narrow waterway has been cut off and closed, taking hostage by Iran, and that is impacting the global markets. The entire world is suffering, Colonel. We know that. There's energy crisis all over the world. Now, Trump, in his address, did not give a clear exit plan. There was no timeline, no roadmap. We were hoping that there would be a roadmap, Colonel Agarwal, right, when Trump spoke. We were all waiting for that. It was the entire world was watching his address, hoping for some clear plan ahead. But there was none. How do you read this?
So, like you, many people were waiting for this kind of a statement. It was hoping against hope because it was unlikely to come about. The only thing that I was looking for is two. One is whether he makes any statement on NATO, because NATO is really undergoing a great rupture in the last few weeks. And secondly, if he talks anything about escalation. So he didn't talk about anything. It was rambling of the same old things that he's been talking about. The point about Strait of Hormuz that you have made is very, very important because, for decades, all the Western powers, the Gulf nations, everyone has been wargaming and visualizing and simulating that what will happen if Strait of Hormuz gets closed. And it is for the first time that it has actually happened, and people really don't know anything what to do about it. In fact, now with Houthis joining the war and threatening to close the Bab al-Mandab, the east-west pipelines that Saudi Arabia and UAE had, created to divert their oil from the Persian Gulf into the Red Sea, that also might come under threat because if the...
Right. Well, Colonel Agarwal, stay on with us. Ishita, I think we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go ahead to that.
All right, let's cut across to more breaking developments we're getting at this moment. Now, reports suggest around 400 cargo ships and oil tankers are currently waiting for Iran's permission to cross the Strait of Hormuz, with many stopped behind the strait or near Iranian islands such as Larak, Hormuz and Kesh. This blockade has significantly disrupted global oil and gas supplies, impacting energy prices worldwide. Iran has now been allowing limited traffic, with some vessels still granted safe passage. So essentially, we're looking at a pile-up of ships all across the Strait of Hormuz, and the number currently stands at about 400, Shivangi.
Right, and like we were discussing, and Colonel Agarwal, you could come back with us here. So 400 cargo ships and oil tankers are currently waiting for Iran's permission to cross the Strait of Hormuz, with many stopped behind the strait or near Iranian islands like Hormuz, Qasem, Larak. And not a surprise there, because Iran has made it clear that they will only let friendly vessels pass, that they will be tolling the vessels. That is something that Iran has made very clear. Now, with Trump's latest threats which are coming in, which are essentially he is using pressure tactics on Iran and saying essentially that there will be total destruction next. And I mean, he did say that Iran will go back to the Stone Ages. This is a very, very strong statement coming in from President Trump, and he does have the military power. U.S. has one of the most powerful militaries in the world. How do you read this? Because Iran is also not backing down, and they have the control of Strait of Hormuz. This is Iran's, we can say that this is the playing card right now.
Yeah, Shivangi, I mean, I can say two things. One is Afghanistan was also bombed to Stone Age, but you see what happened in August 21. The US had to beat a hasty retreat and embarrassing, visuals coming all over the global television, how it all happened. And second is Iran. Iran's nuclear sites were obliterated, if to quote what Trump had said, when GBU-57 bombs were, dropped from the B-2 bombers. Then nuclear program, now they are saying it's still alive and reviving. Similarly, in the last 5 days or so, B-52 and B-2 bombers have been, dropping deep penetration bombs in cities and residential areas and factories in Iran. Iran, what US and Israel and Trump are forgetting is not a small state or a weak state like Venezuela. It's a civilizational power. To quote, a size which I did it in the terrain analysis, it is twice the size of Iraq. It is 75 to 80 times the size of Israel. And, with mountain ranges, very rugged terrain and cities and infrastructure which are deeply deflated because of the terrain advantages that Iran affords. It is, it is bizarre to think that you can bomb Iran out of shape and into stone. And these are just rhetoric and narrative, which I don't know his MAGA base, how it is reacting to it and why it is still supporting him.
All right, so big words are coming in from Trump as always. But Colonel, I want to ask you about the Strait of Hormuz because all eyes are on that. It's a major flashpoint in this conflict. And now Trump says it will naturally reopen once the war comes to an end, while Iran is determined to continue using its leverage around the economic corridor. I want to ask you, once the war comes to an end, which in fact it will eventually, how do you think the situation around the strait will change? Are we looking at tolling? Because as Shivangi also mentioned, they are, of course, mulling over putting tax on the ships that are trying to pass through Hormuz. How do you think the structure will be after the war ends?
When the war ends, obviously the Strait of Hormuz will open, which is already open. Iran is, like you have just said on your broadcast, is permitting friendly ships of the friendly nations to pass through the Strait of Hormuz on case-to-case basis. India itself has benefited from it. I think by now 6 or 8 tankers have already passed through the Strait of Hormuz. And now that Iran has discovered the value and the kind of nuisance that the Strait of Hormuz can bring, I am sure that Iran is going to leverage this aspect when the war comes, and this is going to become a big leverage in Iran, taking its relations forward with many nations. So if you have a friendly relation, you may get exemption from toll, or you may get lower toll. But if you are a standard, global, member of the global community, you'll have to pay the normal. And one thing more I would say in this is that in the draft bill that they have presented into the parliament to nationalize the Strait of Hormuz, something akin to how Egypt nationalized the Suez Canal in 1956, they have said that Oman will be their partner. So Oman has traditionally been a friend of Iran. Oman has traditionally been the mediator in all the talks as far as nuclear issue and others were concerned with Iran. So by roping in Iran and maybe 1 or 2 more friendly nations in the neighborhood, it may like to legitimize this entire passage through Strait of Hormuz through a regional or a national mechanism.
Right. Colonel Agarwal, thank you for joining us. That was Colonel Rajiv Agarwal, West Asia expert, senior research consultant, Chintan Research Foundation, live from New Delhi. Ishita, we have to take a short break right now, but much more coming up on the other side. Ishita.
Right, of course. On the other side, we'll continue our coverage of President Trump's address, wherein he acknowledged how the regime in Iran has changed after the death of former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So all the updates are lined up for you on the other side about Donald Trump's war address, the big takeaways, and also the impact of that address.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
Time discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
US President Trump acknowledges Iran's regime change after the death of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait.
Trump says we do not need Strait of Hormuz or our energy needs. Iranian media retorts to US President Trump's address on ongoing West Asia war, alleges Trump is in dreamland and mocks repeated claims of victory in the war. Iran launches missiles towards Israel as soon as US President Trump's address on the ongoing US-Israel-Iran war ended. Oil prices surge again. Asian markets fall after Trump's remarks. And NASA's Artemis 2 rocket lifts off for the historic moon mission. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla with my colleague Shivam here. And short word back, President Trump stated that the war in Iran is nearly completion. It's coming to a completion, but he made a very strong statements there. And Shivam, you know, as we're tracking this story very closely, there are a couple of things that President Trump was not too clear about. Specifically, he did say that 2 to 3 weeks are left for the war to end. However, He did not specify a timeline. Now, this is a huge update we're getting for our viewers, Shivam. Coming in the backdrop of Trump addressing economic concerns, highlighting the US's reduced dependence on Middle Eastern energy and shifting responsibility for the Strait's security to allies and nations reliant on it.
Yeah, definitely. He has given a warning once again to Iran, but there's nothing new in his statement, nothing new in his address, and he's just reiterating, he's just restating whatever he has done earlier, also claiming to be victorious. Now, Iran is mocking what Donald Trump is saying. He said that we will bring the Iran to Stone Age, and this was also one of the comments now. And the clear mention of Strait of Hormuz, though it was primarily an address for the citizens of the United States, but clearly a mention of Strait of Hormuz, that we don't need Strait of Hormuz for our energy needs. It's for the rest of the world, and they should take care of it rather than America. So this clearly explains that the war is not going to end very soon. All right, we have an esteemed guest with us. We have Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, retired defense expert, with us live. Thanks a lot, sir, for your time. And we need your reaction on the speech that was made by Donald Trump. Especially, experts say that it was primarily focused for the US citizens, but the mentioning of Hormuz and giving a timeline to Iran of the 2 to 3 weeks deadline. What's your take on that?
Shivam and Ishta, thank you for having me. I was hearing his speech. I didn't find it impressive, first of all, because all that he's been doing, he's been reiterating what in the last 33, 34 days that he has been every day making some statement or the other. That's what he reiterated there to the audience in his country. The whole world was looking up to Trump, that he's going to be he's going to be addressing the American population. It would be something worthwhile. And I had a hunch that maybe, he would kind of say, okay, we are stepping back. I won't say pulling back, but stepping back to a certain extent. And maybe because he's already been stating this, that with somebody in Iran, he says he's had a regime change. First, he said it's a regime change that he has done. And he's been in talks with somebody. Now, nobody knows who that somebody is. So it was there that he may say something concrete for the world, because everybody is getting affected by the war. And the oil prices, the way, especially now after what he stated, it's going up, because he said another 2 to 3 weeks of effort is going to take for the Americans. So the oil prices have shot up today after his speech. So Trump, to be very honest, he was blowing his own trumpet. There was nothing that he was doing. He was doing chest beating. And how can you, say that you can absolutely demolish a country? You can't. He can't. The infrastructure, yes, but the Iranians are absolutely brave, and I must say that they believe that and die for their country. And that is what is making them stand. A few things I would like to go back to. See, when the Americans got into this war, everybody knows that, but for the sake of repetition, I'll say it. It was basically, to neutralize the nuclear sites which were there. They had tried that in the 12-day war. And after they had done that, President Trump had made a statement that we have obliterated everything possible around, these Fordo and Natanz and Isfahan and what have you. But if he has again gone in and done this, it means that the kind of degradation that was expected, they could not achieve. And that is why so this was the degradation of the nuclear sites, degradation of the missile capability, that is the production, storage, etc., the launchers. These are all the military assets of IRGC. So this was a tactical action that he's taken. Now, there are few strategic objectives of President Trump. One was regime change, which never happened. He wanted it to be done through the population of Iran, which was anti-Ali Khamenei, late Ali Khamenei, but that couldn't be achieved because he died. Because of that, the entire Iranian population, which was against Ali Khamenei, also came together. And they have stood together as a nation, as people, for one common cause, that is not let America succeed. Succeed to the extent where President Trump can break the will. See, degradation in any war will take place. Americans are very lucky that they're fighting this war thousands of miles away.
Yes.
It is the Israelis who are actually taking the brunt. This was again a strategic, objective of Trump. Strait of Hormuz. That was, he wanted to gain a foothold. Otherwise, Americans could have never got access to Strait of Hormuz if it wasn't for this war.
Right.
But
Brigadier Khanna.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Brigadier Khanna, I mean, I just also want our viewers to really understand what Trump said on oil. So Trump said the U.S. economic resilience, talking about U.S. economic resilience, the country was the #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet and could absorb the disruptions linked to the conflict. This is what Trump said. And the reason I'm talking about this is because there was no economic strategy that he has given for the other countries which are suffering. You know, we are seeing a global energy crisis here. Countries all over the world, all across the globe are suffering because Iran has taken Strait of Hormuz like a hostage, and they're using the Strait as their ace card here. Do you want to talk a little bit more about this?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think the American administration and President Trump thought it over as to what they're going to be doing. And that is why a couple of months back, the Venezuelan president was hijacked, all of a sudden lifted at night and taken to US. And that is how the Americans got the oil fields there. So Americans are safe because from those oil fields also, their country is going to be taken care of. They themselves produce oil and natural gas, no doubt. But it was a very telling statement when President Trump said that our oil is as more than what Russia and Saudi Arabia would put together. Now, President Trump has to think through his hat that it is not just America. Because of this crisis, oil crisis, the world is suffering and it's going to further suffer. See, there are so many ships stuck in Strait of Hormuz. Whenever Iranians think it proper and they permit safe passage of all those ships stranded there, it's going to take months because the filling of oil tanker, it takes time. And there are hundreds and hundreds of oil tankers there. Plus, each country works on most.
Always. Thanks a lot for your in-depth analysis. We're getting a big breaking news coming in. Stay with us, sir. We'll need your statement, comment on future breaking news updates. But there's a big breaking news coming in, Shivangi.
That's right. Big breaking news coming in. The Inter-Ministerial Committee constituted to address the West Asia crisis is scheduled to meet today at 5 p.m. at Kartavya Bhavan, chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. This is the second meeting of the committee, which will discuss measures to curb black marketing and hoarding. In addition to reviewing situation in West Asia, the meeting comes after Prime Minister Modi conducted a review with ministers during a cabinet Committee on Security meeting, which took place yesterday, emphasizing the government's commitment to safeguarding Indian people from the impact of the conflict. The committee is focused on ensuring energy security, maintaining economic stability, and strengthening supply chains. Okay, we have Harsha. Shivam, let's go across to Harsh on this. Shivam.
Yeah, Harsha, if you can break it down for our viewers and put this into perspective.
Well, right, Shivam, amid the concerning situation that continues in the Middle East or West Asia, as we say, the informal group of ministers, the inter-ministerial group, is set to meet again at 5 p.m., that is later in the day today, at Kartavya Bhavan in New Delhi. Now, as we speak, let me also tell you, tell our viewers that this meeting is scheduled to be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and among the key attendees, there will be several senior cabinet ministers, including Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, along with them, Fertilizers and Chemicals Minister J.P. Nadda. Now, we are getting another breaking for our viewers that as we speak, J.P. Nadda is speaking to all the chemical and fertilizer ministers of different states, as well as he also spoke to the chief ministers of all the states across India, ensuring constant support. Now, later in the day, he is also expected to meet Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan. It is important for us to understand that while we discuss the West Asia crisis, we talk about crude and LPG that is disrupted due to the closure of Strait of Hormuz. However, fertilizers and chemical supply is also that is to be considered, and hence this is a big breaking that we are fetching, that later in the day today, Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, in fact, is scheduled to host a high-profile inter-ministerial group meeting, which is set to be attended by other senior ministers at Kartavya Bhavan here in New Delhi.
That's right. Okay, so the Inter-Ministerial Committee is addressing the West Asia crisis. And Harsh, I'm coming back to you right now on this because, you know, what we have seen is that the entire nation is standing together when we talk about the West Asia crisis and the fallout in terms of the global energy crisis, which the entire world is suffering from. Just also help our viewers once again convey the message of Prime Minister Modi. He has given some very strong statements on this.
Well, right, as we speak about the West Asia crisis, the situation as far as that is concerned, it is definitely concerning, and different ministers, including Prime Minister himself, has maintained that it is a matter of concern. However, the government of India is ensuring all possible measures. They are taking all possible steps to minimize the disruption that is caused due to the closure of Strait of Hormuz. Now, across multiple countries, disruption is seen. That the Union Petroleum Ministry has also maintained that there is a cause of concern with regards to liquid petroleum gas. However, 100% supply of at least domestic LPG is being ensured. Now, not just LPG, but as we also speak about fertilizers and chemicals, which are essential for our agricultural needs, these high-profile inter-ministerial meetings are being held here in New Delhi to ensure that although there is a cause of concern with regards to the West Asia crisis, however, this can be minimized, the impact can be minimized, and this comes as a big breaking that another informal group of ministers hosted by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are scheduled to meet later in the day today here in New Delhi.
Right, okay. Harsh, well, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you soon for more on this development. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. We're getting you a very big global exclusive interview. Listen in as UAE's envoy sheds light on plans on Strait of Hormuz amid Iran war, a take on the war against Iran as a UAE ambassador reveals plans for the Strait of Hormuz. Shiva.
Yeah, are Iran, UAE at odds? Did Iran disappoint the UAE? UAE ambassador reveals key Hormuz strategy. Are ties with Iran under strain? Here are exclusive insights on the Iran-UAE tensions, Strait of Hormuz security and regional power dynamics.
Trump's war has essentially had a wider conflict in the region, not just Iran, but the Gulf region has also been engulfed. In fact, as far as Dubai is concerned, it happens to be one of the worst hits. And there is a large Indian diaspora in Dubai. What are the major concerns? How exactly is UAE assuaging their fears? Joining us right now is Ambassador Abdul Nasser Al-Shali. He is the ambassador to India. Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast. In fact, this happens to be our first interaction. And the reason why we are having this interaction, Ambassador, because we've had several of our viewers requesting us to perhaps reach out to the UAE embassy to get us a sense of what's really happening on the ground. Let's first begin your current assessment of the situation, because even as we speak today, there have been ballistic missiles that have been intercepted, and I'm given to understand, and an Indian expat has also been injured. Your current assessment of the situation?
Thank you, first of all, for having me. And perhaps the best way to answer this question is to start with a quote by the President of the UAE, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who has made it clear that no one should be misled by the UAE's appearance. We have thick skin and bitter flesh. We are no easy prey, and we will carry out our duty towards our country, our people, and our residents, who are also part of our family. That being said, the UAE remains highly resilient and stable, despite Iran's sustained unprovoked terrorist assault of over 2,400 missiles and drones since 28 February, more than all the other countries combined. Our integrated air defense systems have intercepted the vast majority of incoming threats, and the professionalism of our armed forces has ensured that daily life in the UAE continues without disruption, with the safety and security of our citizens, residents, and visitors as our top priority. Daily life in the UAE has not skipped a beat. Businesses remain open, and the tourism sector continues to welcome visitors while maintaining strong safety measures, obviously. As you would know already, we are home to more than 200 nationalities who continue to live in harmony and peace. The UAE also remains a hub for trade, innovation, and ideas. Our GDP is 75% non-oil, and our sovereign wealth funds hold approximately more than $2.49 trillion in assets, making the UAE the third largest sovereign wealth holder globally. And let me be very clear here, the UAE has been through difficult moments before, and each time we have emerged stronger. This time will simply not be any different.
Ambassador, given the current situation, this entire thing would essentially be the kind of response. We have seen several other Gulf nations basically responding here. They've taken a public position on this entire matter. How would you essentially describe UAE's position on this entire issue, the diplomatic position that has been taken by UAE, and also the priorities as far as the resolution is concerned? Because resolution happens to be the key factor right now for UAE.
Well, the UAE's position has been consistent from the outset. We did not seek this war. Before this war began, the UAE made it very clear that its territory and airspace would not be used to launch attacks against Iran. The assurance was given in good faith, but Iran chose to violate it. The international response has been unequivocal. Leaders from around the world have been in close and constant contact with the UAE, and 179 countries have condemned and expressed solidarity with the UAE. The historic UN Security Council resolution, the one that you were referring to, 2817, was co-sponsored by 136 nations, and the IMO Council declaration backed by more than 150 member states. And all of that, if anything, reflect an extraordinary demonstration of global unity. A Human Rights Council resolution adopted by consensus and co-sponsored by more than 100 states has called on Iran to provide full, effective and prompt reparations to victims, including those affected by attacks on energy systems and essential services. A joint statement from Gulf countries and Jordan has further condemned attacks on commercial vessels and civilian infrastructure and has called on Iran to cease all hostile actions and comply with the resolution 2817. Taken together, these actions across the Security Council, the International Maritime Organization, the Human Rights Council, and the joint statement that I referred to earlier send a clear and unified message. Unprovoked terrorist attacks against sovereign nations are unacceptable and will carry consequences. However, a simple ceasefire is not enough. We need a conclusive outcome that addresses Iran's full range of threats, nuclear capabilities, missiles, drones, terror proxies, and blockades of international sea lanes.
Ambassador, UAE has taken a very strong position as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned, and it was largely spoken about, that is the Hormuz plan shaping up, because this was deliberated upon. There are joint statements that have also been issued by a few countries. They've signed that, but the larger concern has been that this Hormuz plan has not been effective, or it hasn't, perhaps started as yet. Where does UAE really stand as far as Strait of Hormuz is concerned?
I cannot make this clearer than what I'm going to say next. The Strait of Hormuz is not a Gulf issue alone. It's a global lifeline. Roughly a fifth of the world's energy supplies transit through it each day. Approximately 30% of fertilizers essential for global food production move through this corridor, and I'm pretty sure India is feeling the impact of that already. Iran's threats to close the strait are not a negotiating tactic. They are a form of economic coercion that risks holding the global economy hostage. It's as simple as that is. Freedom of navigation in the strait is a matter of settled international law. No single country can be allowed to control or threaten a waterway on which the entire world depends. The strategic importance of this waterway extends far beyond oil. Around 25% of global gas flows originate from the Gulf, alongside nearly 70% of its petrochemical needs, all moving through this critical passage, alongside essential goods linking markets across continents.
Right.
This goes far beyond energy. It affects food security, global supply chains, and the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people, including here in India. Against this backdrop, Iran must immediately cease its threats, mine-laying and drone and missile attacks, and any attempt to disrupt commercial shipping through the strait, and comply with the UN Security Council Resolution 2817. That is why the UAE is working with international partners to ensure that this vital corridor remains open, secure, and free from disruption. We remain engaged across all relevant multilateral platforms for this. Excuse me. We remain engaged across all relevant multilateral platforms to support international initiatives to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. Safeguarding freedom of navigation is a collective international responsibility, essential to global economic stability and to prevent escalation.
Ambassador, what I was asking you was just a follow-up on what you just now said, that, you know, all efforts are being made to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. And that is of vital concern to many of us, even in India, as you rightly pointed out, that we are also feeling the pinch of the war that is going on and Strait of Hormuz being blocked. UAE has taken a very strong position on this matter. How exactly do you plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open?
Since you mentioned the Indian diaspora in the UAE, perhaps I should ascertain here that the safety of every individual on the UAE's territory is our absolute priority. This obviously includes the Indian community, which is part of the very fabric of this country. The UAE mourns the loss of Indian civilians killed by Iran during this war and prays for a swift recovery for those who have been injured. And let me speak directly to Indian families watching this. Your people are safe. His Highness, the President of the UAE, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, visited injured civilians in hospitals, among them an Indian national, and affirmed they are all our responsibility. Our air defense systems are performing with incredible effectiveness, and the UAE and Indian governments are in close and continuous contact at the highest levels regarding the safety of Indian nationals. The Indian community is not a guest in the UAE. They are part of our family, and we will do everything necessary to ensure their safety.
Right. Ambassador, one final question that I want to take with you, because, you know, perhaps it also gives us a sense of what's really happening, because it's almost, you know, a month into the war. UAE, in fact, has faced a sustained campaign of attacks that we have seen, at least in the last few weeks. How does the UAE essentially view the scale of what it has endured? It was quite a surprise for us also. And what is it that you're expecting from the international community at this point in time? Because this is not an isolated fact. Not just UAE, there are other Gulf nations which are, you know, facing the brunt of it. So what is your expectation? What is, you know, how are you viewing this sustained attacks that are taking place? Not a single day of reprieve that we have seen.
Not only a surprise to you, but a surprise to us and everyone else. Iran has not targeted countries that declared war on it. It has targeted its neighbors, including those that worked actively to prevent this war. Those unprovoked terrorist attacks targeting civilian infrastructure, energy facilities, and residential areas is not a military strategy. It is, put simply, terrorism. When such actions extend to critical global choke points like the Strait of Hormuz, they become an attack not only on the region, but on the entire global economy. 179 countries, like I mentioned earlier, have already condemned and expressed solidarity. The expectation now is that this consensus is sustained, not only in words, but in meaningful action that make clear that unprovoked terrorist attacks against sovereign nations cannot stand. We want Iran to act as a normal neighbor. Differences may remain. It cannot attack others because of those, disrupt international waterways, or even export extremism. Ignoring the problem will not solve it. It will only delay the next crisis.
Well, Ambassador, thank you very much for joining us on this broadcast and sharing your views on this entire issue. We're also hoping that there will be an early resolution on this entire matter. And perhaps with millions of viewers on Republic TV who've asked this question as to what's really happening in UAE, finally we get an answer from the Ambassador directly. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Director, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Seven judicial officers get out Faraz in Bengal's Malta over electoral roll deletions. Union Minister Sukant Majumdar blames Mamata Banerjee's provocation for 7 judicial officers being carried out for hours in Malda over electoral roll deletions. LDF releases election manifesto in Kerala, promises jobs, women empowerment and poverty eradication. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nomination today. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla with my colleague Shivam. Shivam, let's shift our focus to the upcoming Bengal polls. Tensions are escalating in West Bengal. 7 judicial officers, including 3 women, are being held hostage by protesters over alleged mass deletions from the electoral rolls. Protesters, reportedly supporters of the TMC, are blocking the national highway, demanding the inclusion of deleted names. And the situation began when responsible officers failed to respond to their complaints. The Chief Electoral Officer's office has instructed District Magistrate and Superintendent of Police to address the issue immediately.
Yeah, big development in Bengal, late-night political drama in Bengal's Kalaichak, where political tensions happening, massive political blockade. Now, these are the visuals from that location, political blockade in Bengal. As you can see, many protesters gathered there. They are TMC supporters and they blocked the entire highway also, and this is coming from West Bengal. West Bengal tensions are escalating in Kalaichak, where 7 judicial officers, including 3 women, were held hostage by protesters over alleged mass deletions for the electoral rolls over SIR. Now, the protesters were reportedly supporters of the Trinamool Congress, the TMC, and they can be seen blocking the national highway, demanding the inclusion of deleted names. And the situation began when responsible officers failed to respond to their complaints. As per them, the Chief Election Officer's office has instructed the District Magistrate and the SP, the Superintendent of Police, to address the issue immediately. All right, we have a reaction coming in. Let's listen into what Sukant Majumdar has said.
जो घटना घटी है वो सबको भयभीत कर देने वाली घटना है। 7 ऐसे जो जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट गए थे उनको सिर्फ रोका गया, सिर्फ ये नहीं, जब वो वहां से पलायन कर रहे थे उनकी गाड़ी को तोड़ा गया। एसपी जब उनको उद्धार करके वहां से रेस्क्यू करके वहां से ले आ रहे
Pictures coming in as election season has already begun there. Campaigning continues. We see that there's a rally which is happening. This is TVK Vijay's rally, and he's been holding multiple rallies and he has been campaigning. Now, we saw that Vijay has filed his nomination in Trichy East. A massive rally was being planned, so we can see that is happening as we speak. This is a massive rally planned by TVK's Vijay. And Shivam, I'm getting you here, because we see that this is a big moment in Tamil Nadu politics. We see that the actor-turned politician Vijay, who is very popular, when it comes to cinema. He is making his political debut here. And this is the live pictures from Trichy East as he is filing his nomination from the Trichy East constituency. He will be fighting from 2 seats.
Yeah, fighting from 2 seats, and one is Trichy East, and this is the massive rally. The pictures coming in from that rally. The actor-turned politician has a massive fan following, and visuals coming in, as you can see. Lots of supporters who are there moving along with Vijay. The campaign follows, and as you can see, the rally is moving on. A big cavalcade of cars, many supporters of TVK chief Vijay are along with him. This is one of the massive rallies coming in from that location, from Trichy East, and he is campaigning in Trichy East as we speak, and he has already filed his nomination for Perambur and Trichy East. So two constituencies where he is fighting, where he is contesting the elections. One, Trichy East, where this massive rally is happening. The other is Perambur. All right.
Right. And I think we have Sharda joining us live. Sharda, coming across to you, of getting live picture from Trichy East, one of the constituencies where we'll see Vijay fighting from. And we see that the TVK has spoken specifically heavily on youth empowerment, women's welfare education and corruption-free governance, and positioning itself as an alternative in Tamil Nadu politics. Sharda.
Well, as you can see in the visuals, Vijay has reached Trichy and is going towards the Trichy East constituency where he'll be filing his nominations now. Following that, he's also conducting a campaign. The rally that you see right now is Vijay moving from the airport to the place where he's going to file the nominations. Earlier, Vijay on the 30th of March filed his nominations from the constituency in Perambur in urban Chennai. Now he's going to be doing it in Trichy East as well. Vijay is going to be contesting from two places in the coming elections. While Vijay has been constantly speaking about the corruption in the DMK government, the lawlessness, and also pointing out that his government, when he comes to power, will be able to focus on education and women's safety in the state. Vijay has been constantly attacking both the DMK and the AIADMK party, the two major parties. Meanwhile, while Vijay is contesting in two seats, both DMK and AIADMK is all questioning why is the actor doing so? Why is the actor and politician contesting from two places? Is he not confident on his win? And also asking if Vijay is required to contest in two places, in demanding what the party is going to plan to do, if how many candidates would be pulling this off as well, is what the main question that the ruling party is also asking. While Vijay on that day contesting from Perambur, filing his nominations, it was at the same time where M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister and the DMK leader, filed his nominations. Today, Vijay is going to file his nominations in Trichy East, and at the same time, here in Shepok, the Triplicane constituency where we are reporting from ground, Udayanidhi Stalin, the Deputy Chief Minister and the second leader of the DMK, will be filing his nominations as well.
That's right. Sharda, hold on for a second there, because we're getting some more updates coming in. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM and DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin is also gearing up to file his nomination for the upcoming Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, where he is set to seek re-election. And this is coming in as we keep getting our viewers more updates. Let's go back to you, Sharda, on this, because we see that there's a full list of DMK candidates which has already been released. We see that Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin and the Deputy CM Stalin will be contesting from the different constituencies, Kolathur and the other constituencies. I just want to go back to you, Sharda, on this. TVK Chief Vijay will also be filing his nomination. So these are live updates coming in here as multiple leaders are filing their nomination. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about Udayanidhi Stalin. We have also, speaking of Vijay, Vijay has spoken again and again about DMK, how DMK has failed to protect the women, how DMK has failed to live up to its promises. Now we see both DMK leaders and TVK's Vijay filing the nomination as the race for Tamil Nadu is getting intense.
Well, the race between Udayanidhi Stalin and Vijay is getting intense as we speak, because right now, while Vijay is rallying in Trichy East, now we see Udayanidhi is rallying towards Shepok, where he's coming and filing his nominations right now. As you said, yesterday, Udayanidhi, we had an exclusive interview with him yesterday, where Udayanidhi mentioned that they are very confident that they will do a full sweep in the state of Tamil Nadu, very confident on DMK winning all 16 seats, especially in Chennai, is what the Deputy Chief Minister of the state mentioned. Now, Udayanidhi Stalin is on a rally, he's meeting people. He started his campaign even before he filed his nominations, and from 30th, he's been going around the western part of the Tamil Nadu, where he's been meeting people and trying to secure votes for the DMK. Now he'll be filing his nominations. As you mentioned, like Vijay and Udayanidhi share a very long relationship. They go back to the days of the movies where Vijay has acted in Udayanidhi's production company, and now becoming enemies through a political parties. Vijay has constantly told that how the DMK government under both Stalin and Udayanidhi Stalin has not done good for the people. He also pointed out the dynasty politics that's regaining in the DMK structural leadership. And now the same goes for Udayanidhi Stalin. He's also yesterday mentioned that Vijay, though being a new leader, we cannot secure more votes and that he should understand the politics of Tamil Nadu, Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, Shivam, I want you back with us. And as we are getting pictures of all the leaders, their top leaders filing the nomination, gearing up for the Tamil Nadu polls, you have seen how DMK leaders have sharpened their attack on AIADMK, especially EPS. We have seen a lot of name calling in Tamil Nadu politics. Shivam, over to you. We can go back to Sharda and get more updates.
Yeah, definitely. Sharda, what's the mood on the ground? How is the public reacting to the rallies? The rallies that are happening right now as we speak. It's a day of nomination filing. There's one Vijay's rally and then there is Udayanidhi rally happening right now.
Well, Shivam, if you ask about the crowd exactly, Vijay does attract a lot of more crowd than what the DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin has. But these fans would be turning as a vote for the actor and Vijay is still a question because Vijay's people come to Vijay's rally to meet the actor more than listen to speech on what his political party is planning. Whereas in meanwhile, Udayanidhi again told us in his rally meeting women schemes that the DMK bought for them. The crowd which is actually coming for these leaders will turn into vote share basis is still a question because though there is a split in traditional even the Congress and the secondary party after the 1980s.
Any responses?
TV the going again.
Sorry, I have
The DGP said viewers.
order
सभापति के समाधान शाम
Suji pasta, ubalo, meao.
MDS का जलजीरा धीरे से
असली मजा।
हमें धीरज के साथ मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें
भारत बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, चाट है इसकी
असली स्वाद की चाट।
हर पल विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाह मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। जैसा कि हम देखते हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है, इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए
चुनाव में 15 दिन तक मैं बंगाल में ही रहने वाला हूं। आप सभी के साथ बातचीत करने का बहुत मौका मिलने वाला है, मगर मैं आज यहां आया हूं हमारे चारों प्रत्याशियों के नामांकन के लिए और विशेषकर शुभेंदु अधिकारी के नामांकन के लिए मैं आया हूं। चुनाव के पहले ही करीब करीब समग्र बंगाल का मेरा दौरा हुआ है।
दुर्गापुर जाइए, उत्तर बंगाल जाइए, हर जगह पे एक ही आवाज है, ये सरकार को बदल दो, ममता बनर्जी को बाय बाय टाटा कर दो। मैं आज बंगाल की पूरी जनता जो टोलबाजी से त्रस्त है, तृणमूल कांग्रेस की कार्यकर्ताओं की गुंडाई से त्रस्त है, महिलाओं की असुरक्षा से त्रस्त है, बेरोक-टोक घुसपैठ होकर बंगाल की डेमोग्राफी चेंज हो रही है, इससे त्रस्त है। आए दिन बम धमाके, गोलीबारी से त्रस्त है, युवा बेरोजगारी से त्रस्त है और करप्शन का इतना रिकॉर्ड जो ममता जी ने बनाया है, इससे भी त्रस्त है। पूरे बंगाल की जनता मांग कर रही है कि महान पश्चिम बंगाल के अंदर अब परिवर्तन होना चाहिए। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में यहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बननी चाहिए। पश्चिम बंगाल की बॉर्डर को सील कर कर पश्चिम बंगाल और देश भर से घुसपैठियों को चुन चुन कर देश के बाहर निकालना चाहिए और कवि गुरु की कल्पना का सोनार बांग्ला बनाना चाहिए। इसलिए पूरे बंगाल की जनता परिवर्तन के लिए तत्पर बैठी है, तैयार बैठी। जहां जाते वहां कहते हैं 5 मई को भाजपा सरकार आने वाली है। मगर मैं आज भवानीपुर के मतदाता भाइयों बहनों को विनती करने आया हूं। पूरा बंगाल ममता बनर्जी को विदाई करने के लिए तैयार है, मगर भवानीपुर वालों, पूरे बंगाल में परिवर्तन करने आपके हाथ में है। ऐसा है, एक एक सीट कर जीतेंगे, 170 सीट तक जाएंगे, तब परिवर्तन होगा, ठीक है ना? मगर मेरे पास एक शॉर्टकट है। अगर भवानीपुर वाले एक ही सीट जिता दे तो परिवर्तन अपने आप हो जाएगा। अरे शुभेंदुदा हमारे नंदीग्राम से लड़ना चाहते थे। मैंने शुभेंदुदा को कहा था कि सिर्फ नंदीग्राम नहीं, ममता के घर में जाकर उसको हराना। और इनका रिकॉर्ड है, गत चुनाव में ममता बंगाल में सरकार तो बना पाई थी, मगर ममता दीदी नंदीग्राम में शुभेंदुदा के सामने चुनाव हार गई थी। इस बार ममता जी पूरे बंगाल में भी हारेगी और भवानीपुर में भी हारेगी। आज सुबह कुछ पत्रकारों का फोन आया कि वातावरण तो बहुत अच्छा है, बंगाल की जनता चाहती है कि ममता बनर्जी चली जाए, तृणमूल के गुंडे जेल में जाए, भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं की हत्या करने वाले को चुन चुन कर जेल में डालना चाहिए। तो मैंने बोला, भाई तकलीफ क्या है? तो उन्होंने कहा, टीएमसी के गुंडे वोट नहीं करने देंगे। मैंने कहा है, इस बार कोई डरना मत, कोई गुंडे की औकात नहीं है जो बंगाल के वोटर्स को रोक पाए। इस बार भय मुक्त होकर वोटिंग करना है और सिर्फ हराना नहीं है, टीएमसी को मूल समेत उखाड़कर बंगाल की खाड़ी में फेंक देना है। भाइयों बहनों, जिस प्रकार से बंगाल में भ्रष्टाचार का शासन हो गया, टोलबाजी फैल गई, सिंडिकेट ने बंगाल की जनता का जीना हराम कर दिया है और घुसपैठ इतनी बढ़ा दी कि पश्चिम बंगाल का अस्तित्व ही खतरे में आ गया है। इस सारी चीजों का एक ही रास्ता है, नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में बंगाल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनाना। 2014 से जिस राज्य ने मोदी जी पर भरोसा रखकर सरकारें बनाई, वो सभी राज्य विकास के रास्ते पर आगे चल गए। अब बारी हमारे बंगाल की है। मुझे बताओ भवानीपुर वालों, बंगाल में परिवर्तन करना है या नहीं करना है? बंगाल में तो परिवर्तन होगा ही, भवानीपुर में परिवर्तन करना है या नहीं करना है? मैं भवानीपुर की जनता को करबद्ध निवेदन करने आया हूं, दो हाथ जोड़कर विनती करने आया हूं। पूरे बंगाल की मुक्ति के लिए हमारे प्रत्याशी शुभेंदु अधिकारी को प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ आप जिताएंगे और ये परिवर्तन पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए शुभंकर होगा। विवेकानंद जी, कवि गुरु टैगोर, बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय और श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी का कल्पना का सोनार बांग्ला हमें बनाना है, इसलिए परिवर्तन करना है। तो फिर से एक बार शुभेंदुदा, हमारे डॉक्टर सपन दास गुप्ता, बहन शत्रुता घोष, संतोष पाठक, हमारे चारों प्रत्याशियों को चुनाव जीतने की बहुत बहुत शुभकामना कर भवानीपुर वालों को पूरे बंगाल के परिवर्तन की जिम्मेदारी आपकी है, इसका एहसास कराकर मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, वंदे 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 भारत माता की।
Home Minister Amit Shah accompanying West Bengal leader of the opposition Shubhendu Adhikari during the nominations, in fact taking on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee yet again, saying that voted to power jungle Raj in Bengal will now come to an end. In fact, as we speak, multiple instances of pre-poll violence that has been reported from the state of West Bengal. In fact, there has been a massive escalation that we have essentially seen with judicial officers being gheraoed in the state of Bengal. In fact, this comes after direct threats that have been issued by political workers there in the state, taking on the entire SIR process that has actually taken place. In fact, we're going to take you through some of those images that are now coming in. Earlier today, where 7 judicial officers were gheraoed in West Bengal's Malda. These are officers who were basically working for SIR. And not just this, TMC workers violently protested and even blocked highways. On your screens right now, these are images that came in late last night from Kaliachok in West Bengal, where attempts were essentially made to gherao the judicial officers. In fact, the matter has now been taken up by the top court. In fact, in the Supreme Court, this matter was also essentially discussed. I'm going to quickly take you through some of the details that were basically discussed in what we are given to understand in the Supreme Court. In fact, the judicial officers were basically gheraoed and the officers were stranded for several hours, that too without any protection. Eventually, they were basically rescued late at night. This was after midnight. So these are images that are now coming in. I'm going to just pull out those images once again and show to you. In fact, while leaving their vehicles were basically attacked with stones and sticks. The delay and the lack of response raised serious concerns about their safety. In fact, the Chief Justice of India has noted that the Chief Secretary was not available, the DGP was not available, and what essentially looks like the state machinery essentially failed. In fact, we're going to take you through some more details right now of what exactly happened when the judicial officers were basically returning, and it seems that political workers who gathered there gheraoed the officers, not allowing them to move out. Well, in fact, these were images that came in late last night. Around midnight is when the judicial officers were basically returning, and a large number of people had basically gathered there. Trinamool Congress workers who were also present in the crowd that had basically gathered, and there was a massive violence that actually took place in Kaliachok in West Bengal. In fact, the SIR process has largely become a political tool. In fact, The SIR, what we are given to understand, this SIR process that was basically largely debated in the state of West Bengal, where Trinamool Congress has been alleging that this entire process has been done to basically weed out what they believe have been their own voters, and the fact that legal voters have also been eliminated in this entire process. Now, that's the allegation that has been leveled by the Trinamool Congress, an accusation that has been rejected by the court in multiple pleas that have been filed so far. But shifting focus now back to the battlefield, where we're now given to understand there are some breaking news now coming in with on your screens right now. These are latest images coming in from Iran, where latest Iranian missiles have hit an American base in Jordan. In fact, despite President Trump's first address to the nation, where he's essentially said that while there would be an escalation in the days to come, where he says and he threatens that he's going to send back Iran to the Stone Ages. In fact, it seems that there is no clarity that has basically emerged as to whether at all there is going to be any sort of a ceasefire. Iran, on the other hand, has essentially taken on United States of America, saying that none of their assurances can be taken into account, given the fact that in the past too, they've betrayed them when the negotiations were actually going on. Iran still maintains that no negotiations are on. In fact, saying that there are no direct negotiations between the United States of America and Iran. In fact, indirect messages have been coming in through their mediators, but there hasn't been much that has changed. On your screens right now, these are the latest images now coming in of Iranian missile hitting an American base in Jordan. In fact, Gulf nations have been one of the worst hit, with Iran basically indicating that they will continue with the strikes, particularly allies of America will be targeted. And that is the reason why what we have seen in the last few hours also, particularly coming in from UAE, where multiple interceptions have actually taken place. In fact, UAE has once again responded by simply stating that this, they believe, is an unprovoked aggression by the Iranians, despite assurances that have been given by the Gulf nations that their space will not be used. Let me once again go back to these images now coming in from Kolkata. In fact, this is coming in from outside Bhawanipur, where Home Minister Amit Shah is carrying out a rally. In fact, along with him, flanked by his side, is West Bengal leader of the opposition, Suvendu Adhikari. In fact, this is Suvendu Adhikari's yet another time of taking on Mamata Banerjee directly. Earlier it was in Nundigram, and this time the other constituency of Bhawanipur is where Suvendu Adhikari will be contesting, pitted against Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. A short while back, Amit Shah once again taking on Mamata Banerjee's government, saying that minority appeasement has been one of the highlights of the Trinamool Congress government, saying that the jungle raj that has been going on under Mamata Banerjee will finally come to an end on 5th of May when the BJP is voted to power. In fact, it has been an uphill task for the Bharatiya Janata Party, keeping in mind that even last time, in the last assembly elections, what we have essentially seen an high-octane campaigning that is done by the BJP. Here, once again, Home Minister Amit Shah leading from the front, this time accompanying Suvendu Adhikari during the nomination. In fact, just after the nominations were basically over, we've had Amit Shah stating that they are going to be back, they're going to be in power in West Bengal, and with the promises that action would be taken against illegal immigrants. And not just that, promises have also been made that they're going to weed out what they believe is the appeasement politics of Mamata Banerjee. We'll try and play out that response that came in from Amit Shah a short while back. In fact, this was one of his first speeches that he has made in Kolkata. In fact, this is in Bhawanipur, where we are given to understand that Amit Shah has spoken.
তাদের নামাঙ্কন দাখিল করবেন। এই অনুষ্ঠানকে নিয়ে এসেছেন তার ভ্রমণ ব্যস্ততার মধ্যে থেকে একটু গাড়িকে আগে হ্যালো এখান থেকে তিনি
But in high-octane campaigning that is now being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, Shuvendu Adhikari, West Bengal's leader of the opposition, takes on the fight directly to Mamata's turf in Bhawanipur. In fact, this last elections, assembly elections, a big shocker for Mamata Banerjee was losing from Nondigram. In fact, Bhawanipur is another place from where she has contested the elections. But this time, Shuvendu Adhikari, along with Nondigram, he's taking on Mamata Banerjee in Bhawanipur, where a short while back he's filed the nomination and sending across a very strong message from perhaps the central leadership, with the Home Minister by his side when the nominations were essentially being filed. You've had Amit Shah making it very clear that Shuvendu Adhikari is leading the party, and the fact that all efforts are going to be made for bringing in what he says a double-engine sarkar in the state of West Bengal. Scathing attack by Home Minister Amit Shah against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her government, stating that there hasn't been much development that has taken place. In fact, she has scuttled central funds, not allowing central funds to percolate down, and welfare schemes that have been started by the centre have been blocked by Mamata Banerjee's government, and essentially indicating that West Bengal has basically suffered under West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Slipping into a short break, news and updates continue on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं
AR प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिंह MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिंह।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है, तत्पर है और पूरी गंभीरता से रणनीति बना रही है, हर निर्णय ले रही है। देश की जनता का हित हमारे लिए सर्वोपरि है।
These talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran. Do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Mr. President.
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
Nobody. We have not heard from the son. Every once in a while, you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
מוקדם יותר היום שוחחתי עם ידידנו הנשיא טראמפ. הנשיא טראמפ מאמין שיש סיכוי למנף את ההישגים הכבירים של צה"ל וצבא ארצות הברית כדי לממש את יעדי המלחמה בהסכם. הסכם שישמור על האינטרסים החיוניים שלנו. במקביל, אנחנו ממשיכים לתקוף גם באיראן וגם בלבנון. אנחנו קודשים את תוכנית הטילים ותוכנית הגרעין עד דק וממשיכים לפגוע קשות בחיזבאללה. רק לפני ימים אחדים חיסלנו עוד 2 מדעני גרעין והיד עוד נטויה. אנחנו נשמור על האינטרסים החיוניים שלנו בכל מצב.
باشد. احترام
You are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The sentence.
Viewers, top headlines. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. The Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were out and threatened. Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar blames Mamata Banerjee's provocation for 7 judicial officers being out for hours in Malda over electoral roll deletions.
अरे शुभेंदु दा हमारे नंदीग्राम से लड़ना चाहते थे। मैंने शुभेंदु दा को कहा था कि सिर्फ नंदीग्राम नहीं, ममता के घर में जाकर उसको हराना।
West Bengal LOP Suvendu Adhikari to file nominations as Bhawanipur candidate in presence of Home Minister Amit Shah. LDF releases election manifesto in Kerala, promises jobs, women empowerment and poverty eradication. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nomination today. Rahul Gandhi to make announcements of candidates for 27 constituencies where Congress is contesting from in Tamil Nadu. Okay, pictures coming in from Bhawanipur in West Bengal, and a short while back we just heard Home Minister Amit Shah speak there. He is participating in Suvendu Adhikari's nomination filing at Bhawanipur. A huge rally can be seen there. So the BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari is filing his nomination from this constituency. This is a Bhawanipur Assembly constituency, and there's a road show that is happening as we speak. So, Suvendu Adhikari is the leader of opposition in West Bengal, and this is a big show of strength that we are seeing there of the BJP. And this place, Bhawanipur, is very important because this is also a very important political bastion of the TMC and Mamata Banerjee. So this roadshow has begun, and multiple BJP leaders are accompanying Home Minister Amit Shah. The roadshow is going through different parts of Bhawanipur before ending at the survey building, where Suvendu Adhikari will be filing his nomination papers. So those are the visuals that we're getting in for you on Republic. Amit Shah joining Suvendu Adhikari for the Bhawanipur nomination, which is happening. It's a very important update coming in here on Republic TV as we count down to the West Bengal elections. So big updates coming in here. Amit Shah, he also addressed a rally a short while back, and he made a very important statement saying have to defeat Mamata Banerjee in her own home. This was a statement coming in from Amit Shah. His poll pitch in West Bengal's Bhawanipur, and addressing supporters during the campaign, Shah asserted that victory in the constituency would accelerate political change across the state. He says that he told Suvendu Adhikari that we have to win this constituency. This is a very strong hold of the TMC, And big updates coming in here as Shah expressed confidence that BJP will secure a strong mandate in the state, claiming that people are looking for an alternative government under Prime Minister Modi's leadership. Pictures coming in from Bhabanipur in West Bengal as Subhendu Adhikari is all ready to file his nomination. Amit Shah, like we said, was speaking a short while back and stepping up his criticism of the Mamata Banerjee government. Shah alleged the state has witnessed rising corruption and a lack of employment opportunities for the youth. Amit Shah said that youth have no employment. A record of corruption has been made by Mamata. Amit Shah has highlighted the BJP's development agenda and said the party's aim is to transform the state into a Sonar Bangla. That means a golden West Bengal. So pictures coming in of the roadshow that is taking place. Amit Shah had made multiple statements just before as he was addressing a major rally. Kishore is joining us live. Kishore, this is a big update because we see that Amit Shah is participating in Subhendu Adhikari's nomination, filing from the Bhabanipur Assembly constituency, and now the roadshow has begun. Yes, Kishore.
Well, exactly. This is a live visual from Bhabanipur, where Subhendu Adhikari is doing this huge rally, and accompanying him is Amit Shah, the Home Minister of India. And we can see the sea of people, the huge number of people, BJP supporters, common people who have arrived in order to support Subhendu Adhikari and to support BJP is, in a word, stunning. This number of people gathering in Bhabanipur is something that has not been seen in the recent past. This is quite shocking for the Trinamool Congress as well, that such large number of people are gathering in order to support Subhendu Adhikari. We see that this huge rally is in support of Subhendu Adhikari, who is going to file his nomination from Bhabanipur today on the auspicious occasion of Hanuman Jayanti. We know that Subhendu Adhikari is fighting this election from 2 consecutive seats. One is from Nondigram and one is from Bhabanipur. In Nondigram, Subhendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination. Today he is going to file his nomination with Home Minister Amit Shah and several other state and national leaders. They are doing this rally from Hajra to Bhabanipur, where a sea of people, thousands of BJP supporters and thousands of common people of West Bengal who want a change this time has gathered in order to support Amit Shah, support Subhendu Adhikari, support the BJP. We see that both Subhendu Adhikari and Amit Shah are on a car, a car with an open hood, and in this particular car, in this particular vehicle, both Amit Shah and Subhendu Adhikari is standing while they are waving hands to the supporters and common people who have gathered on both sides of this road. This is core area of Mamata Banerjee's rule. This is the area constituency from where Mamata Banerjee has several times won election, and she has been fighting election from this constituency for several times. This is spectacular that such a large number of people from this core area of Trinamool Congress supporters have gathered in order to support BJP and support the leader of opposition currently, Subhendu Adhikari. Also from the same vehicle, we see Shomik Bhattacharya, the state president of BJP, is present. We also see Shopon Dasgupta, senior journalist and also a candidate, ex-journalist and also a candidate from the BJP, is also in the same vehicle, and Dr. Shatarupa, who is also fighting elections from a seat in South Kolkata, is in the same vehicle. All of them will be submitting nomination today. Subhendu Adhikari, Shopon Dasgupta, Dr. Shatarupa and several other BJP candidates from various constituencies of South Kolkata will be submitting their nomination today, and therefore Amit Shah is holding this rally in order to support all these candidates from the Bharatiya Janata Party. We also see state BJP President Shomik Bhattacharya, who is a veteran BJP leader of West Bengal, also present in this same vehicle where Amit Shah is currently standing and waving hands. This is a spectacular rally. This is a huge rally. And as a resident of Kolkata, as a person who has been covering several incidents in Kolkata, I would surely say that this kind of crowd has not been seen in the recent past. Even in the rallies where Mamata Banerjee was leading in several issues, she has done rallies in the past, in the last few days, but this number of people we did not see. So this is a huge rally, a huge boost up for the BJP, a huge boost up for Shubhendu Adhikari and several other candidates who are right now in this vehicle with Amit Shah. Apart from these leaders, there are also several other state and central leaders. We also have several drone shots which make it clear that the whole area is covered with a sea of people. Only heads of people are visible in this particular area. Amit Shah making a statement there, making it clear that BJP has garnered enough support in order to form a government. In fact, Amit Shah has been saying several times that he's assured that this time BJP will be forming a government. They will be hitting the majority. 148 is the number of seats, that is majority. But why this seat is important? Why Bhawanipur is important? Bhawanipur is important because here is this is the seat from where the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is fighting election. This is the seat from where Mamata Banerjee has been fighting elections from the past several decades. She has been winning these seats, this particular seat several times in a row. If Shubhendu Adhikari manages to win this particular seat, it will be a history that Shubhendu Adhikari will create. And we have seen in the past, in the last assembly elections, in Nondigram seat, Shubhendu Adhikari managed to defeat Mamata Banerjee. And it made almost a mockery how Mamata Banerjee herself was defeated while Trinamool Congress got enough seats to come to power in 2021. But the chief ministerial candidate was herself defeated. On the other hand, this time again, Shubhendu Adhikari is going to file his nomination from Bhawanipur, from the same place where Mamata Banerjee has already filed her nomination. And we know that this time it will be a very high voltage fight between Shubhendu Adhikari and Mamata Banerjee. If Shubhendu Adhikari manages to defeat Mamata Banerjee again, this will be a history that will be created in Bhawanipur. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari is very sure about this, about his win in this particular seat. In fact, while talking to Republic Bangla, he has already made it clear that he's sure that he's going to win by 25,000 votes. That's the margin he's expecting. We see saffron flags, we see BJP flags, we see several BJP leaders in the vehicle in the center of this rally, along with Amit Shah, heading towards Bhawanipur, where Shubhendu Adhikari will be filing his nomination today.
All right, okay, let's put out those pictures which are coming in for our viewers. Now, those are pictures left and right. So left-hand side, Amit Shah's road show is happening as we speak. The live pictures which are coming in. Amit Shah's poll pitch in Bengal's Bhawanipur. Amit Shah has intensified BJP's campaign in West Bengal's Bhawanipur, asserting that Mamata Banerjee must be defeated in her own home to bring political change in the state. On your right-hand side, we see that a short while back in Tamil Nadu, because Tamil Nadu is also heading to polls. We saw that TVK Chief Vijay filing his nomination for the East, the Tiruchi East constituency. Vijay had filed his nomination from the other constituency that he's nominating himself from. This is the Perambur constituency in Chennai. So that happened around 2 days ago. And now Vijay is filing nomination from the second seat that he will be contesting from. So we can see that the battle is getting very, very intense. The battle for West Bengal, the battle for Tamil Nadu really heating up here, and we keep getting you all the top updates as multiple states are going to polls very shortly. So campaigning is happening. We are seeing that campaigning is happening all across in multiple states just ahead of the assembly elections. So we can see that on the left hand and right hand, this is Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. In Kerala as well, LDF and UDF have released their manifestos, so we see simultaneous developments.
எல்லாருமே தமிழ்நாட்டுல எந்த மூலையில இருந்து எங்க வேணாலும் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்குள்ள எந்த பஸ்ல வேணாலும் ஃப்ரீயா சொன்ன மாதிரியே ஃப்ரீயா போகணும்.
He's pointing out that the DMK has already been promising for freeways, and everything on free is not a label that the Tamil Nadu should be stated off.
நான் ஏற்கனவே சொன்னது மாதிரி நிறைய கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல்ல டாய்லெட் வசதி எல்லாம் சரியா இல்ல.
He says, as promised, he would be building toilets in every school and every basic facilities is required in the rural areas. He says that he'll keep up his promise if he wins that particular election, requesting the people in Trichy East to vote for him.
இந்த உலகத்தை விட்டே போயிட்டாங்க. அதுக்கு என்ன காரணம்? இந்த மாதிரி அடிப்படை வசதிகள் இல்லாததான் காரணம். அதனால என்னுடைய தாய்மார்களே, உங்களுக்கு
See that not even a basic facility is available under the DMK government for the people who are going to schools on a daily basis. As you can see, Vijay is campaigning in Trichy East. He is blaming the DMK government for not even giving the basic facilities to the people of Tamil Nadu. He is also pointing out that the DMK scam on receiving 25 to 35 lakhs per person, promising them. He's pointing out the DMK's job scam that was recently out for the people of Tamil Nadu. He's asking the people that if they can promise him to make sure that they will throw away the DMK government from the state of Tamil Nadu. Questions like even in one section of the department of the government, there's more than 1,200 rupees of corruption done by the DMK government. Imagine what would be the cost that they would have done in all other departments as well.
இந்த கல்லூரி பேராசிரியர்கள் கல்லூரி உதவி பேராசிரியர்களுக்கு அந்த போஸ்டிங்க்கு 2000 பேருக்கு மேல அந்த வேலை கொடுப்போம்னு சொன்னாங்க. கடைசில எத்தனை பேருக்கு கொடுத்தாங்க தெரியுமா? வெறும் 5 பேருக்கு.
Talking about the vice chancellor of the education department, 2,000 rupees is taken as amount of corruption. Vijay points out that the DMK is requesting so much money from the people, and doing this corruption has led the DMK government to a lot of
All right. Okay. So we're getting these pictures coming in. This is Subhendu Adhikari, who is about to file his nomination just right now. This is Bhawanipur, by the way, and this is coming in as Amit Shah is with Subhendu Adhikari, and I think we will try to go across to our newsroom for more on this update. But live pictures coming in for our viewers as Subhendu Adhikari will be filing his nomination papers. Now we see that BJP putting up a United Front as Suvendu Adhikari is filing his nomination. Okay, I think we have Kishore with us. Kishore, let's go to you now. So we see that Amit Shah is participating in Suvendu Adhikari's nomination filing at Bhawanipur, and now we see Suvendu Adhikari filing his nomination. Yes, let's go to you because this is a very important constituency. This is a political bastion of the TMC.
There's a breaking news right now. I'll try to update you about what happened just now. And you can cut to Bangla PGM. There's a Trinamool Congress protest in the Shah rally in Bhawanipur. And while Shah was holding his rally, these people, these TMC supporters, we can see them with TMC flags. We see those TMC flags. They tried to stall that rally that Amit Shah was holding. And for security reasons, Amit Shah had to be taken down of that vehicle in which he was holding the rally, and he had to be taken in his own personal vehicle, in his own personal car, and he had to leave this rally. TMC tries to stop Amit Shah's rally. They try to protest, and we see there's a standpoint right now. At one hand, there is a standstill right now. At one hand, there is TMC supporters with TMC flags. And on the other hand, on the other part of the screen, we see BJP supporters with BJP flags. There's this situation which has arisen right now. This is a breaking news. While Amit Shah was holding a rally with Shubhendu Adhikari, they were holding this rally on a vehicle, on a car, open car, that was going through Bhawanipur. A certain sections of TMC supporters, they tried to stall that rally. We see those TMC flags. These are TMC supporters who came in the rally, in Amit Shah's rally, tried to stop the rally, protested in front of the rally, and then they also had black ribbons on their forehead. They were protesting against Amit Shah and Shubhendu Adhikari, and for security reasons, Amit Shah had to be, he had to vacate the car, the vehicle in which he was traveling. The open vehicle in which he was traveling, he had to get down from that. He had to go inside his personal car in which he was traveling while he was coming to the venue, and he had to leave the rally. So this is the breaking news that's happening at Bhawanipur, one of the most high voltage constituencies in West Bengal this time. And what happened was Shubhendu Adhikari was going to file his nomination. A huge rally was being held. Amit Shah was present with Shubhendu Adhikari in this particular rally, and while the huge rally was going peacefully, TMC cadres, they gathered in front of the rally, and they, in order to stop the rally, they started protesting. Just in front of the rally, they started protesting, holding Trinamool Congress flags, and also wearing black ribbons on their forehead. They were also shouting Joy Bangla slogans, and they were shouting slogans against the BJP and against Amit Shah. We see there's a standstill right now. A huge deployment of police officials are present. At one hand, we see at one side of the barricade, we see BJP workers with BJP flags. It's very visible on the screen right now for the viewers. At one hand, we see BJP workers. On the other hand, we see TMC workers. They are protesting against each other. They are sending out slogans against each other. But it's very important that a rally which was held by Amit Shah himself, the Home Minister himself, that rally was stopped and stalled by the TMC. And TMC cadres, TMC goons tried to create a situation out of it. They tried to stall the rally. They tried to protest and raise slogans. And for security reasons, the Home Minister of the country had to vacate the open vehicle in which he was traveling, the vehicle from which he was waving at his supporters and the crowd, and then he had to go inside his own personal vehicle, the white car in which he came to the rally, and he had to leave the venue. Amit Shah has left the venue right now. Amit Shah is not present in the rally anymore. Shubhendu Adhikari is still going to file his nomination. He is present in that particular rally, but however, it has come to a standstill. TMC workers have stopped this rally. Therefore, there's a standstill right now. Additional police deployment has been sent. We have to see whether central forces will also be sent in this particular rally because it's a high voltage situation. It's a very sensitive seat. Mamata Banerjee, who is hugely popular, is very clear. Mamata Banerjee is quite popular in this seat because she has been winning elections in this seat several times in a row. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari has garnered a huge support from this seat as well. In fact, in this particular rally, we see such number of people, in fact, a sea of supporters have gathered in order to support Shubhendu Adhikari. So huge number of people in supporting Shubhendu Adhikari, huge number of TMC cadres. On the other hand, this is a standstill situation. The situation is turning tense. Amit Shah had to vacate the open vehicle. He had to stop being in the rally. He had to leave in his car because of security reasons. There were threats. The Home Minister's own officials and security personnel had to decide on this. They had to take away the Home Minister from this rally and he had to leave this rally. On the other hand, we see police officials in between. At one hand, we see TMC cadres. On the other hand, we see BJP supporters. Shubhendu Adhikari, Shopon Das Gupta, Shomik Bhattacharya, and several other leaders like Tathagato Rai and other leaders are also present in this rally. All of these leaders were going to submit their nomination along with Amit Shah. However, Amit Shah had to leave the rally because of security reasons. And right now, this is a standstill situation that we see.
That's right. Okay, just staying with these pictures which are coming in, we're getting these updates on Republic. TMC tries to stall Home Minister roadshow in Bhawanipur in Bengal. We're getting some simultaneous developments as well. So simultaneously, we are seeing EDs conducting searches at several premises linked to the IPAC. So searches are also being they're being conducted in connection with West Bengal coal smuggling case. So many developments coming in right now, Kishore. We're sticking with these pictures. And we have seen so much of drama really play out. We remember the IPAC case when we saw that Mamata Banerjee had come in, and while the searches were ongoing, Mamata Banerjee had taken those files, and we saw the entire case go up to the Supreme Court later on. I'm coming back to you, Kishore. Let's also now talk about these pictures here on Republic from Bhawanipur in West Bengal. So this is a very important area, like you were saying. This is a political bastion of Mamata Banerjee. But talking about purely the support here, we can see there, and like you were mentioning, a lot of support coming in for Shubhendu Adhikari. However, we can also see a lot of TMC flags. Yes.
Well, exactly. Live visuals coming in a high voltage seat right now, as you rightly pointed out. Mamata Banerjee has herself fighting in this particular seat, in this particular constituency. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari was going to hold this, going to file this nomination, and Amit Shah, in order to support Shubhendu Adhikari, was present in this rally. While this rally was ongoing, this situation arose where a huge number of TMC supporters suddenly arrived in this rally, tried to stall this rally, tried to stop this rally. They were carrying TMC flags. They were also wearing black ribbons on their forehead, and a huge number of TMC supporters stalled this rally. And there was a security situation that was apprehended, and Amit Shah's own security personnel thought it best to take Amit Shah out of this open vehicle in which Amit Shah was traveling, and he had to be taken inside his own personal secured vehicle in which he had to leave the rally. That is what we are getting to know now. We are getting to know Amit Shah has left this particular rally right now. On the other hand, Trinamool Congress is, as usually, trying to disrupt BJP rallies. They have been trying to disrupt BJP rallies in several parts of the state. And now, while Amit Shah was present, while Home Minister was present, TMC has again tried to stop this rally and create a ruckus. This is, the BJP is saying that TMC goons, the BJP is alleging that TMC goons tried to compromise the security situation where the Home Minister himself was present in this rally. And on the other hand, Amit Shah, along with Shubhendu Adhikari, along with Dr. Shatorupa, along with several other leaders like Tathagato Rai, Shopon Dasgupta, Shomik Bhattacharya, who all of whom were present in this open saffron vehicle, which was decorated for this particular rally. They were traveling in this rally while this road show was going on, while this rally was going on, with huge number of BJP supporters and common people who came to support Shubhendu Adhikari, who came to support the BJP. Suddenly, this situation arose where security was compromised and Amit Shah had to be taken out of this car and he had to vacate and leave. That is what we are getting to know. And on the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari is still going to file his nomination. He is going to file his nomination at the survey building. That is what we are getting to know. And in the survey building where he is going to file his nomination, Amit Shah is also supposed to be present. We have to see whether that happens, because that's a few kilometers away from where Shubhendu Adhikari's vehicle is right now. So that few kilometers of stretch has to be still covered by Shubhendu Adhikari and all the other candidates from southern part of Kolkata who were there present with Amit Shah in this particular rally a while back, while Amit Shah was in this vehicle, waving at the crowd, waving at the huge number of people. As I was pointing out, a stunning number of people, astounding number of people gathered. And in recent past, in recent history, such large number of people has not been seen. Even in Mamata Banerjee's rally, the number of people that gathered today. And probably that is the reason why suddenly in Kalighat region, where Mamata Banerjee's residence is very close by, a huge number of TMC supporters suddenly came in with TMC flags and black ribbons on their forehead. They tried to stall the rally. They tried to create a ruckus. They tried to compromise the security situation for the Home Minister, the second most important person in the country's cabinet right now. And he had to vacate the rally and he had to leave in his car. That is what we are getting to know right now. The situation, the police is trying to calm down the situation and trying to manage both the sides, because we know a huge number of BJP supporters are present there, and on the other hand, a huge number of TMC cadres also pulled in this area. So it's a very sensitive situation, volatile situation. The police is trying to bring down the situation as we speak.
Right, yes. Kishore, now we see the campaigning has hit a high voltage phase. That's why we are showing these pictures to our viewers, because, the BJP TMC face-off, which we just mentioned a short while back and which you also broke right now on Republic TV, where TMC tried to stall the rally of Home Minister Amit Shah. And this is not something that is new in terms of BJP's complaint. BJP has time and again spoke about how they are facing a lot of problems during campaigning. They have seen that what they allege, this is the allegation, by the way, coming in from the BJP, that some TMC workers are creating a lot of ruckus there. Yes, Kishore.
A ruckus, but also the BJP is alleging that they are compromising with the security of the Home Minister of the country. Just imagine that Amit Shah had to leave the rally before time. He was supposed to complete the whole rally till the survey building, and Shubhendu Adhikari was supposed to go inside the survey building in order to file his nomination. But Amit Shah had to come down of this particular decorated vehicle in which they were traveling and waving at the crowd. We still see that visual in the left-hand side of the screen, where Amit Shah was present in this decorated vehicle from where he was waving. He had to vacate that because this vehicle was open from all sides. This vehicle was open and anything could have happened. Stones could, just yesterday midnight, we saw a very volatile situation in Kalia Chowk in Malda, where TMC supporters blockaded a highway for the entire night, and they held ransom 17 judicial officials. So it's a very volatile security situation in whole of West Bengal right now. Therefore, the security personnel of Amit Shah did not take a chance. That is what we are getting to know from our sources. He was taken out of that vehicle in which he was traveling and he left the rally. On the other hand, this is according to sources. We know that he is not present in the rally, and according to sources, we are getting to know that this might be because of security situation. This is a possibility. On the other hand, Shubhendu Adhikari is right now walking towards the nomination, towards the survey building, going to file his nomination. Bangla PGM right now, Shubhendu Adhikari walking. Along with him, we also see several other BJP leaders, and we see that he's going to file his nomination. He has, along with him, there are other BJP leaders, BJP candidates as well. Rally, in that road show, there was a situation. The TMC tried to block his way. The TMC tried to blockade the rally, and they tried to create a ruckus. We will try to hear what Shubhendu Adhikari say. So, Shubhendu Adhikari there. A huge crowd present around him, and a huge crowd of BJP supporters around him. Shubhendu Adhikari is walking. The rally, the road show is over right now. Amit Shah has left the road show. Shubhendu Adhikari has already filed nomination. Okay, that is what we are getting to know. Shubhendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination, and now he has left the survey building. Shubhendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination. There was a TMC crowd outside the survey building. That is why he did not speak to the media much. He entered the survey building, filed his nomination, and he left the survey building as well due to the security situation that is prevailing in that area. So Shubhendu Adhikari has filed nomination from both of these seats, from Nandigram and from Bhawanipur. Both of these seats, and we are also breaking right now that Shubhendu Adhikari has already filed nomination. He has come out of the survey building from where he has filed this nomination inside this building, and he has left as well. Both Shubhendu Adhikari and Amit Shah has left the venue. Shubhendu Adhikari has also spoken to the media for a brief moment. He has said that BJP will win the Bhawanipur constituency, and he has also said that the thousands of people who have come to support Shubhendu Adhikari, the BJP makes it clear that it's the BJP which is going to win the elections in this particular seat. We see Shubhendu Adhikari has already filed his nomination. This is a visual outside the building where he has filed nomination. So there was a security situation, there was a chaos and ruckus that was created by the TMC goons, and the TMC has created this chaos right in front of Amit Shah's rally. And Amit Shah, along with Shubhendu Adhikari, who were present in this rally, that rally was stalled. Amit Shah left the venue, and Shubhendu Adhikari went to the survey building to file nomination. He has already filed the nomination, and he has exited the survey building. While exiting the survey building, he has also spoken to the media, saying that today's crowd, the thousands of people who have gathered today, has made it clear, it's very clear that the BJP is going to win this particular seat, and also the BJP is going to win West Bengal's assembly elections this time. And Shubhendu Adhikari is very confident that BJP will be winning Bhawanipur, which means Shubhendu Adhikari will be defeating the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, sitting Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. He has done so in the last elections. 2021, there was a high voltage contest at Nandigram. Shubhendu Adhikari defeated Mamata Banerjee, and it made a history, in fact, where a sitting Chief Minister was defeated. And now again, Bhawanipur is the same In Bhawanipur, a similar situation has been seen where Shubhendu Adhikari has filed his nomination. Mamata Banerjee is also fighting from this seat, and we have to see what happens in the final result day. But today what we see is the TMC goons and cadres, according to the BJP, as alleged by the BJP, has created a ruckus at Amit Shah's rally, which proves that the TMC is scared of the fact that thousands of people who have supported Amit Shah, Shubhendu Adhikari and the BJP, they have scared TMC to the core, and that is why TMC is creating ruckus and trying to stop this rally. That is what the BJP is saying. So latest update is Shubhendu Adhikari has filed his nomination. He has exited the survey building. Amit Shah has left the roadshow. And in this particular roadshow, thousands of people gathered in order to support the BJP, and this crowd was unprecedented. We have Shukanto Mojumdar, Central Minister, on the phone line. Mr. Shukanto Mojumdar, this is Kishalay from Bangla Newsroom. Today we see a huge number of people coming in for Amit Shah's rally, but we also see the TMC is creating ruckus, and Amit Shah had to leave early because of that ruckus. What would you say on this?
It was, it was done it was done planfully, and the Mamata Banerjee is the master planner behind this all kind of chaos that happened. And today, the date and the time was given by the Election Commission of India for the file of nomination of Sri Shubhendu Adhikari ji and other BJP candidate. And Amit Shah ji was present there in the road show. But TMC has created this kind of hegemony because they know that they are going to lose the battle of West Bengal as well as the battle of Bhawanipur. So that's why they are unable to accept the defeat. And that's why they are creating such kind of ruckus there, and they have created a hegemony over there.
Mr. Majumdar, Dr. Majumdar, it's very clear that the TMC is scared of the fact that such huge number of people have come out in Bhawanipur area, the constituency of Mamata Banerjee. But it's also a question that the Home Minister himself is present there. So the security threat is very serious in this matter, Dr. Majumdar.
Yes, the Honorable Home Minister of this country, he was leading the road show there. And in presence of the Honorable Home Minister, even the administration could not maintain the law and order. That means it imposed a great question over the law and order situation of the state. And though the law and order is now maintained by the Election Commission, but the thing is that all the machinery, that means from IC to the other officer of the police station, those belong to TMC. TMC, they have been appointed by the TMC rule government, and the commissioner, ward councillors, they play a pivotal role in appointing these police officials in Kolkata and the other areas of West Bengal. That's why those police officers is just working like a TMC Karyakarta. Those are working like a TMC Karyakarta. That's why they are unable to maintain the law and order, even in presence of the in presence of the Home Minister of this country.
Dr. Majumdar, I'll ask you one last question. This is about the security situation in West Bengal. Yesterday we saw the whole night Kalia Chowk was burning. 17 judicial officials were in fact in a way kidnapped. They were confined in a place. On the other hand, today we see when the Home Minister's rally is being stopped, ruckus is being created. Where are we heading, Dr. Majumdar?
Actually, Mamata Banerjee and her party is trying to create this kind of situation that, all these things are happening, whether it is in Bhawanipur or in the Kalia Chowk. Behind all this, intimidation, there is the inspiration of TMC and TMC leadership. Mamata Banerjee herself stated that only once, if a community takes charge, only within 1 second, everything will be vandalized. And yesterday's incident was thus the demonstration of the Mamata Banerjee's provocation and provoking war. And this is the condition everywhere in the state of West Bengal. And the Mamata Banerjee and her party is really actually they are in fear of losing the election because lots of people are
Okay, that was
accumulating.
Shukanto Mojumdar. Thank you very much, Dr. Shukanto Mojumdar. He was clearly saying that security situation in...
All right, viewers, we are getting a big breaking news right now. Aam Aadmi Party asks Rajya Sabha Secretariat not to allot time to Raghav Chadda. This is a very big development. Aam Aadmi Party wants to remove Raghav Chadda from deputy leader post. Now, AAP writes to Rajya Sabha Secretariat asking for appointment of Ashok Mittal. A massive speculation over AAP moving to replace Raghav Chadda. Big breaking news development coming in as we speak. Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in the parliament. And the Aam Aadmi Party has submitted a letter to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to appoint MP Ashok Mittal as the deputy leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha. So what exactly was the reason for this change? We'll have to wait and watch. But this is a very big development coming in from Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party, which has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in parliament. A big setback for Raghav Chadda. Big reshuffle in Aam Aadmi Party. All right, we have Harsh for more details on the story. Harsh, what is the latest that you are fetching on this developing story? Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in parliament.
Well, right, this is a big political development here in New Delhi. Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in parliament. This is a big breaking we are fetching for our viewers. And Aam Aadmi Party, in fact, has also submitted a letter to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to appoint MP Ashok Mittal as its deputy leader of the party in Rajya Sabha. Now, this will officially mean that Raghav Chadda will be replaced as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha. This is a big political development that we are fetching for our viewers. AAP wants to remove Raghav Chadda from its deputy leader post. In fact, they have in fact informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in parliament. This is a big political development that we are fetching in for our viewers.
But has there any reason been given on why this change is happening, the reshuffle that is taking place? He's one of the most famous faces in Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, right, Shivam, as we speak of Raghav Chadda, he is one of the most prominent leaders. In fact, he has always been seen as a young, emerging political leader, and he was one of the top representatives of Aam Aadmi Party throughout its campaigns, not just in Delhi but across India. Now, this is a big political development. We have to wait for some more time to fetch more details that why this decision has been taken, why Raghav Chadda has been, why Aam Aadmi Party is in fact submitting a letter to Rajya Sabha to, in fact, remove Raghav Chadda as the deputy leader of the party. This is a big political development. However, no clear intent has been conveyed by the party top management at this time, but this is the big breaking that we have with us. And in the due course of time, this will be cleared. We'll get, in fact, more clear details that why Raghav Chadda is being removed as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party.
Can this also be related to the kind of issues that are raised by Raghav Chadda in the parliament? And is the party trying to maybe limit his visibility in the parliament?
Definitely. This comes as a big political development here in New Delhi. Now, when we talk about this big political development in New Delhi, this can definitely be linked to the issues that Raghav Chadda as an MP has been raising at the parliament.
Now, this comes as a big political development. However, we'll have to fetch more details on this as the story develops. But this is the big breaking at this hour that we are fetching, that MP Raghav Chadda is being replaced as the deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party has written to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to not allot time to MP Raghav Chadda to speak in parliament. This is the big political development here in New Delhi.
But this also hints towards internal differences in the party. Now, the kind of news that we are getting, they are removing Raghav Chadda and replacing him with somebody else. It's kind of a messaging not just to Raghav Chadda, but also to other people also. Now, how the other parties would react to this? Have any reactions come on this?
Now, Shivam, as we speak of Raghav Chadda, Aam Aadmi Party informing Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in Parliament. This is a very fresh development that we are fetching for our viewers. This comes as a big political breaking, also because of the fact that this is a condition of crisis, and Aam Aadmi Party has faced setbacks in the past few months, especially after getting defeated in New Delhi Assembly polls. Now, this also comes as a big setback for MP Raghav Chadda, who has been seen as a young leader, who has been seen as a young emerging leader. He's prominent among youngsters, and he has been raising multiple issues in Parliament. Now, this comes as a big political development. However, more details has to be fetched in this regard, that why this decision has been taken by the top party members of Aam Aadmi Party. But this is definitely a big breaking that we have with us, that Aam Aadmi Party has decided to replace Raghav Chadda as its deputy leader.
Yeah, but that also hints that they want somebody who is a senior figure to be representing Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, right. In fact, as we speak, we have another breaking with us. Raghav Chadda has been officially, and it is confirmed that he has been officially removed from his position as deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party, and Ashok Kumar Mittal is set to be the new deputy leader of Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha. Now, this comes as a big setback for young Raghav Chadda, who has been seen as a prominent leader, especially amongst youngsters. Now, this is a big political development. It is confirmed, top sources have in fact confirmed Republic, that Raghav Chadda has been officially removed from his position as deputy party leader of Aam Aadmi Party in Rajya Sabha.
Yes, it's a very big development that is coming in. Earlier, this was coming from sources. Now, it is confirmed that Aam Aadmi Party has informed the Rajya Sabha Secretariat that MP Raghav Chadda should not be allotted time to speak in Parliament. He has been removed from the post. The Aam Aadmi Party has submitted a letter to Rajya Sabha Secretariat to appoint MP Ashok Mittal as deputy leader of the party in Rajya Sabha. So now we will have MP Ashok Mittal as a replacement for Raghav Chadda. A big setback for Raghav Chadda, the kind of statements and the news that is coming in. He is one of the most prominent faces, a young leader in Aam Aadmi Party. There must have been some sort of political differences in the party, and this is the reason that he might have been removed. It's a developing story. It's a fresh story. We're trying to fetch more details on this, but Aam Aadmi Party replaces Raghav Chadda. That's the big breaking news development, and they've clearly asked the Secretariat, the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, not to allot any time to speak in the Parliament. So does it pertain to the kind of issues that were raised by Raghav Chadda in the last session? This is also one of the big concerns that we need to get more details on. Big shake up within the Aam Aadmi Party. Big development. All right, viewers, now let's move on and get you all the top national stories in Bharat in 1 minute. An illegal racket running out of a vacant plot has been busted by the staff of Parlam Village Police Station. 3 accused, including a driver and delivery boys, were apprehended at the spot, and about 45 Bharat gas cylinders and a tempo were recovered. According to the police, during interrogation, the accused persons disclosed that they had taken the plot on rent for illegal storage. LPG cylinders were stored without a license and gas was refilled using nozzles. A prominent spiritual destination, Tirupati, has now opened its arms to Courtyard by Marriott Tirupati. The first Courtyard by Marriott in Andhra Pradesh has been established in one of India's busiest pilgrimage destinations. It is thoughtfully designed for discerning pilgrims and modern travelers alike, blending timeless styles with contemporary comfort, creating an atmosphere that is both peaceful and inviting. Adani Green Energy Limited, AGEL, India's largest pure-play renewable energy company, added over 5 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity in the financial year 2025-26, taking its total operational portfolio to around 19.3 gigawatts. It is the highest greenfield annual capacity expansion globally challenged by any other company, excluding China. It proved that ultra-large-scale renewable energy deployment is not only possible but also executable. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, TVK Chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds mega roadshow after nomination filed. And Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udinidhe Stalin files his nominations today.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। इस युद्ध के दुष्प्रभाव लंबे समय तक रहने की प्रबल आशंका है, लेकिन मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं, सरकार सतर्क है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, high voltage drama unfolded in West Bengal when TMC workers tried to stall Home Minister Amit Shah's roadshow when he was on his way with Suvendhu Adhikari, the leader of opposition, for him to file his nomination. Now, this led to clashes between the TMC and BJP workers, and how it unfolded on the ground. We'll get you all the details. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. BJP gas for Bengal polls. Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Bhawanipur ahead of Suvendhu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhawanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata Banerjee government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were carried out and then threatened. TVK Vijay files a nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega roadshow after nomination. LDF releases an election manifesto in Kerala, promises jobs, women empowerment and poverty eradication. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nomination today. And now viewers, our top focus, what unfolded in the election-bound state of West Bengal. Now there were clashes reported between TMC and BJP workers at Amit Shah's rally. Now this unfolded right after TMC workers tried to stall Home Minister Amit Shah's rally when he was on his way along with the leader of opposition Suvendhu Adhikari in the state to file his nomination. Now Shah was holding a mega road show in West Bengal, and this was of course as Suvendhu Adhikari was on his way to file a nomination, and this is when TMC workers started protesting, leading to clashes between the BJP as well as TMC workers. And now, in fact, we're getting you visuals of the same on your screen, how the clashes erupted between TMC and BJP workers, leading to high voltage drama unfolding on the streets of Bhawanipur as the state is now due to go for elections. Now, in fact, in this rally, Suvendhu Adhikari was accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah. He was on his way to file his nomination from Bhawanipur seat, where, in fact, he is set to contest against Mamata Banerjee, the government, the Chief Minister of West Bengal. And as they were on their way, there were TMC workers who tried to stall the rally, disrupt the rally, leading to clashes unfolding between the BJP and TMC workers on ground. Now, we're getting you visuals of the mega road show that was held by Home Minister just a short while ago. And this is how exactly it started. Suvendhu Adhikari flanked by Home Minister Amit Shah. They were on their way as Suvendhu Adhikari was set to file his nomination from Bhawanipur seat.
as he's contesting now against Mamata Banerjee. In fact, before this, Amit Shah also launched scathing attacks against the Mamata Banerjee government, saying that she will be losing this election, and not just the election but her own seat as well from Bhawanipur, as the people of Bengal now want a change. Just after that, we look at clashes now erupting on the streets of Bhawanipur as the TMC workers try to disrupt the rally of Home Minister Amit Shah. In fact, we'll also get you the shots of the clash that took place between TMC and BJP workers. All right, viewers, it's not just in Bhawanipur. In fact, in other areas of West Bengal also, we are looking at more and more disruptions. And now fresh violence was reported in Malda. Road protesters and goons vandalized a police vehicle and assaulted the driver, causing deep injuries in his head. Now, it's another incident of violence that's now been reported from West Bengal, Malda. In fact, in this case, there were several road protesters and goons who vandalized a police vehicle and also assaulted the driver, causing deep injuries in his head. So a major incident that's now unfolded in Malda. Remember, not just a one of a kind. We have seen several pre-polar violence incidents unfolding, and now these are the visuals on your screen showing you how the incident, in fact, in Malda unfolded. This is where police vehicle was attacked by several protesters and several goons, leading to even a driver having some incurred injuries on his head. Now my colleague Kishore joins me on this. Kishore, give us more details about this violent incident that's been reported from Malda. We understand a police vehicle was damaged and even the driver was assaulted.
Since yesterday, we see that Malda is in fact burning. And these protesters, I don't know whether to call them protesters or goons and miscreants who are causing large-scale violence since yesterday. Yesterday, 17 judicial officials were in fact held ransom in a way. They were confined in a place, and later on police had to go, the central forces had to go to bring them out of that area. Today, fresh violence is reported in Malda again, and we see live visuals from English Bazaar where a police vehicle was vandalized. Not only that, we see a huge crowd of miscreants charging towards that police vehicle and trying to vandalize that, breaking the glasses, shattering the glasses down, and also assaulting the police driver. And in fact, we are getting to know that he has grievous injuries on his head and he is taken to the hospital where he is being treated. So Malda is burning right now, and the BJP is saying that this is all because of the insinuations by TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee, who has time and again given out statements which infuriated the crowd, which made the crowd angry. And a large section of people, in fact, these miscreants are also from the TMC. They are TMC supporters according to sources and as alleged by the BJP. So TMC is taking all its might in order to create nuisance and ruckus all over Bengal. This is in order to stop the process of SIR. They're trying to stop the process of SIR, and they're trying to stop the judicial officials. That is why these miscreants are causing this violence all over Malda and West Bengal.
Right. Kishore, it's a very, very concerning development that we're now witnessing in the state of West Bengal. ED is flagging safety issues for their officers, CBI too, and police officers now are coming under assault, and even judicial officers being held hostage.
Well, exactly yesterday, 17 judicial officials who were working for the SIR process in order to finalize the lists that are coming out, the supplementary lists. They are working under the direction of the Supreme Court. They are not working for the election commissions per se. They are working under the instruction of the Supreme Court. If we point out if we clear out the situation in which, the process in which the whole work is happening, all the judicial officials are reporting to the Supreme Court itself. Now 17 judicial officials were held ransom. They were locked down, and central forces had to be sent in order to rescue them, bring them out and take them to a secured location. In fact, the highway that leads to Malda and towards the northern part of West Bengal, that was completely blockaded, and that blockade existed, remained there for about 24 hours. That is what we are getting to know. And also several areas in Malda and Murshidabad are erupting in violence as we speak. The latest such incident is reported from English Bazar. This is Badhapukur area in English Bazar of Malda district, where we see a huge number of people, a crowd with sticks, with huge bamboos and other weapons in their hand, charge towards the police vehicle. They shatter that police vehicle, injure the driver grievously, and the driver had to be taken to the hospital for immediate treatment. Now, who is inspiring this crowd? Who is insinuating things to this crowd is a question. BJP is saying it's Mamata Banerjee who is instigating the people of West Bengal and her supporters in order to create violence and ruckus so that the process of SIR is stalled and Mamata Banerjee has her way during these elections. In fact, Mamata Banerjee has time and again spoken out in open public platform where she has said that I won't allow the SIR process to happen. And now we see several instigating remarks from the Chief Minister and then such violence all over the state point out to one fact, that the Chief Minister of West Bengal right now is probably, according to the BJP, as alleged by the BJP, instigating a certain section of people in order to create violence, and such situation is now happening all over West Bengal, especially in Malda and Murshidabad.
Right, Kishore, so it does seem that everything now boils down to the process of SIR, which Mamata Banerjee, in fact, has been contesting against, opposing from day one. But I want to come to you on the remarks that were given by Supreme Court today. Now, Supreme Court pulled up Mamata Banerjee government over the way judicial officers were get out in Malda. They were held hostage. If we could just break it down for our viewers, what exactly the top court said on this?
Well, time and again, the Supreme Court has observed in favor of SIR. Mamata Banerjee herself went to argue against SIR at the Supreme Court, and that was according to the BJP, it was a drama that unfolded, and Mamata Banerjee in fact tried to do this for visual optics. Now, again, Supreme Court has come down heavily on Mamata Banerjee's government and administration. Now, what we are getting to know is that under the directions of the Supreme Court, the judicial officials are working. These judicial officials, 17 of them, were gherowed last night for hours together. They were held ransom in a way, and they were confined to a place, and they had to be rescued. The Supreme Court has questioned the way in which the administration has handled the issue and the way in which judicial officials, who are in fact judges in several courts of West Bengal and other parts of the country, how they were held, how their security was breached, and how they were in fact had to be rescued by the central forces was questioned by the Supreme Court, and Mamata Banerjee's administration was questioned in the way how things were being dealt with. As we rightly know, Mamata Banerjee has been, and Abhishek Banerjee as well, has been speaking against the SIR. They have been speaking against the Election Commission and also the judicial officials. So such instigations are causing eruptions of violence is what the BJP is saying, and they are saying that it's Mamata Banerjee who is insinuating and instigating the crowd, and that is the reason why such violences are happening all over West Bengal just before the election begins and just as the SIR process is about to complete.
Right, of course. And, you know, when we talk about these multiple incidents of violence which have been reported, we have seen most of the time it is a TMC supporters or TMC workers also in certain cases which are involved, specifically the case which took place at Amit Shah's rally today. Now, there were disruptions caused by the TMC workers. They tried to stall the rally, disrupt the rally. So what is the reaction coming in from the BJP on this?
Well, we spoke to Shukanto Mojumdar, Central State Minister, a while back, and he was very angry about the situation in West Bengal. In fact, Shubhendu Adhikari was going to file his nomination. At one hand, Shubhendu Adhikari's nomination rally, where Amit Shah was present, was stalled. On the other hand, several areas, several pockets in Malda and Murshidabad are again burning. And right now, as we see the visuals, a huge crowd with sticks and bamboos and several weapons in their hand are charging towards the police vehicle. This is a visual taken from a distance where we see this crowd charging towards this vehicle. So such violence going out of hand since yesterday night, and today Amit Shah's security was also breached in the rally where he was present at Bhawanipur.
Right. Kishali, coming back to the incident that took place in Malda, you talk about how the driver was injured, in fact, and the car was vandalized. What exactly triggered this incident?
Well, according to local sources, these vehicles are being used by the Election Commission. The police vehicle that we see is a pilot vehicle, and these pilot vehicles are used to escort the judicial officials who are working for the Election Commission under the instruction of the Supreme Court. So they are working in order to make the final supplementary lists, and these judicial officials, their vehicles are being escorted mostly by these kind of police vehicles that we see are being attacked here. So there is a possibility that the crowd which charged and attacked this police vehicle might have considered the fact that judicial officials who travel with such vehicles as their escorts, as their pilot cars, they have been traveling like this since the SIR process begun. So there is a possibility that this is the reason why this police vehicle was attacked. The exact reason why this vehicle was targeted is being right now seen and investigated by the police, by the district police in Malda, who are working under the instructions of the Election Commission. The Election Commission is also looking into all of these matters. They are taking these matters very seriously and considering what remedies are required in order to stop such violence in several parts of the state, especially the epicenters such as Malda and Murshidabad, especially in English Bazaar area. We have seen several instances of violence since yesterday night, and in Kaliachok yesterday we saw 17 judicial officials were held confined to a place, and also we saw the NH12, the highway that goes towards the north of Bengal from the South Bengal was blocked for the entire night, and tires and several other objects were burned in order to stop movement of vehicle in this particular highway. Therefore, it's very clear that the state administration has failed in containing such violence. On the other hand, it's very clear that the Election Commission is taking these instances very seriously and considering remedial measures in order to not let such instances repeat again in the future.
Right, of course, it does seem that election officials and even judicial officials are now being targeted all across the poll-bound state of West Bengal. Viewers, let's go back to the Malda incident where the car was damaged and the driver, in fact, was assaulted. Let's take a listen.
Rinku ki?
বাইকে গাড়িতে যে বলো না ওকে আচ্ছা দাঁড়া অ্যাম্বুলেন্স আছে লাইন থেকে একটু দাঁড়িয়ে পারছি না সদরপুর ঢুকছে না আমি যাবো তোমার সাথে যাবো নাকি
And now, viewers, while Amit Shah's rally has now been disrupted in Bhawanipur, pre-poll violence, it does not seem to be ending in the state. Now, earlier, there were 7 judicial officers which were get out in West Bengal's Malda, officers who are working for the SIR. And not only this, TMC workers also violently protested and even blocked the national highway. The situation, it seems, in Malda is now escalating into a major political and legal crisis following the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. 7 judicial magistrates, including 3 women, were held hostage for several hours at Kalaichak Block Development Office. Now, these officers, in fact, were deployed to oversee the SIR process. A court-mandated exercise to clean up the electoral rolls. But we are now looking at protesters trying to hold them hostage. In fact, huge violence broke out on the streets as now these instances of pre-poll violence continue in the state. We're getting you visuals of multiple incidents that have taken place, one from Malda, another one from Bhawanipur. This is where Amit Shah's rally was stalled, was disrupted by TMC workers. And on the other side, you can also see how 7 judicial officers were geared by these protesters who are backing a TMC. And in fact, they were held hostage for several hours before central forces had to intervene. So multiple incidents of violence are now being reported in the poll-bound state of West Bengal, which is due for a very high-stake assembly elections. Not just political leaders, not just their security perimeter has now been breached, but also judicial officers. We are looking at police, a vehicle coming under attack. ED as well as CBI are now flagging safety issues in Kolkata. And now these instances also coming to light, highlighting how it has become a safety situation for these officers.
और 5 টাকা ভাঙি দিলে
All right, viewers, on your screen you can see how the National Highway was blocked. 7 judicial officers were in fact held hostage. My colleague who's continuously tracking the story, Kishale, now joins us. Kishale, give us a whole sequence of how exactly these 7 judicial officers were held hostage, how they were gheraud, threatened, and then eventually how they were rescued when central forces had to intervene.
Well, it's a very serious concern where 7 judicial officials, judicial magistrates, while they were inside a secure location, that particular location where they were staying in order to complete their SIR work in Kaliachok in Malda, they were gheraud and that entire area was blockaded. In fact, the police officials and the central officials, central Jawans had to take another route in order to reach that area because the whole area was blockaded by thousands of people, mostly TMC supporters as alleged by the BJP. Supreme Court has come down heavily on the state government today. The Chief Justice Surya Kant has in fact gone this far to say that I was myself awake till 2 a.m. in the night. Do you think I don't know what's happening in West Bengal? It's a very serious situation and I'm very disappointed. This is what the Supreme Court had to say. Now, why the Supreme Court had to intervene? Because all these judicial officials, judicial magistrates are working under the directions of the Supreme Court. In fact, the Supreme Court itself has directed the judicial officials to complete the supplementary lists of West Bengal's SIR, and in order to complete it within time, the Supreme Court has involved a huge number of judicial officials in the process. Now, among these judicial officials or magistrates, if 17 of them were almost on the verge of complete security collapse, they were gheraud.
Right. Right, yes. Kishale, thanks so much for joining us and giving us the whole sequence and breaking down for our viewers how exactly this incident unfolded. Now, viewers, we're looking at several incidents of pre-poll violence now taking place all across the state of West Bengal, and not just in Malda but also in Bhawanipur as well as in other places. Now in Bhawanipur, in fact, Amit Shah's rally was stalled, disrupted when TMC workers tried to create disruption and then leading to clashes with BJP workers. While in Malda, in fact, 7 judicial officers were geared out by these protesters backed by TMC, who were held hostage for several hours before central forces had to intervene. Now take a look at this report, which tells you how exactly this unfolded on the ground.
Massive political row broke out ahead of elections in Kaliachak in West Bengal after revised list of special intensive revision. Seven judicial magistrates held hostage for several hours in West Bengal's Malda district over the deletion of names from the electoral rolls. The officers remained trapped inside the building late into the night, and their vehicles were vandalized by protesters. According to officials, the protesters initially sought a meeting with the judicial officers and began the agitation after being denied entry. Trinamool Congress supporters blocked the national highways, effectively cutting off North Bengal and South Bengal. After several hours of high tension, the police and district administration managed to evacuate the officers. However, the evacuation was not without danger. Union Minister of State Sukanta Majumdar condemned the incident and blamed Mamata Banerjee government for the violence.
महिला जो हमारे ये थे जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट थे, उनके गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ किया गया। कॉन्वॉय ना जा पाए इसके लिए वहां पे रास्ते के अंदर बांस डाले गए, बम्बू डाले गए कि कॉन्वॉय आगे ना बढ़े। और जिस तरीके से के लेफ्ट फ्रंट के जमाने में अनीता देवान को इसी तरीके से एक महिला जस्टिस को गाड़ी से उतार कर पीट कर मार डाला गया था, उस तरीके की पूरी अभिसंधि थी, उस तरीके की पूरी प्लानिंग थी। और ममता बनर्जी का जो लगातार जो उसकाना, 1 सेकंड वाला उसकाना, उनका जो बयान, वो बयान इसके पीछे जिम्मेदार है।
Meanwhile, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya also said law and order cannot be allowed to collapse like this and urged for normalcy. Following instructions from the district judge, the officers stayed together and avoided individual movement to minimize risk. However, the situation continued to deteriorate even as all judicial officers have been evacuated as blockade continues. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government over the incident, calling it a brazen attempt to obstruct justice. The top court has issued show cause notice to senior officials and directed ECI to deploy security for more safety.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, TVK Chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East, holds a mega roadshow right after nomination. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin also likely to file his nomination today.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 34 of the war in West Asia, Donald Trump has now hinted at more escalation, saying the US will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks. Now, what does this mean for the country and for the war at large? We'll discuss all of that. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Bhawanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination as Bengal gears up for crucial assembly polls. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhawanipur. TMC workers protest during Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata Banerjee government over judicial officers being held hostage. SC notes how judicial officers were carried out and then threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence reported in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicle. Big shake-up within Aam Aadmi Party. Replaces MP Raghav Chadda as a deputy leader in Rajya Sabha. TVKT Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega roadshow right after nomination. Tamil Nadu Deputy CM Udayanidhi Stalin likely to file his nominations today. All right, viewers, the top focus at this hour, a big boost to defence manufacturing in India. Now, defence exports have skyrocketed to a record high level to about rupees 38,424 crore in the financial year from 2025 to 26. It's a massive 62.66% increase of the previous fiscal year's exports. In fact, we're looking at the exports now rising by 151%. Private sector contribution in this is up by 14%. And this as India is now marching ahead towards becoming a global defence manufacturing hub, according to Defence Ministry. Now, all these numbers, in fact, have been released by Defence Ministry, talking about how India's defence manufacturing is now rising. And also, the exports have now risen to skyrocketing to a record high level, taking the revenue to about rupees 38,000 crore in the financial year 2025 to 26. My colleague Ishan now joins me on this. Ishan, it's a big boost for Indian defence manufacturing and also for the goal to become Atmanirbhar in defence manufacturing.
Absolutely. Now, this 38,400 crore rupees in export does not only showcase that India has achieved a staggering amount, but it also showcases maturing of the industries. Now, we are seeing that not only larger players are participating in this export, but a lot of players from smaller MSMEs have also started exporting. We saw the number of MSME involved in defense export increase to a record high level. And apart from that, we also saw a 14% increase on year volume of exports to countries. Now, earlier India used to export in the beginning of around 2014 to 4 to 5 countries. Now we are seeing that more than 80 plus countries have started purchasing their arms, ammunition, from small arms and ammunition to larger BrahMos missile systems and to larger aircraft components that have been exporting by the Indian manufacturers abroad. Now, apart from all this, we have also seen a very large-scale component manufacturing setup come up in India, wherein larger amount of components for tanks, aircrafts and other things are being manufactured in India and being exported to these advanced countries such as France, United States, and they thereafter manufacture these larger platforms. Now, apart from that, we also saw a lot of platform-based exports such as the Dhanush systems and a lot of support vehicles that were manufactured by Mahindra Defence and other larger players be exported to Africa, United Nations, and recently also United Nations has purchased around 30,000 crores of equipment from India. Now, this is also a significant boost because this also shows technological achievements by the Indian manufacturers, because they are producing one of the best type of equipment and that can compete across the world. We saw that BrahMos missile showcased its capabilities and precision weapons to multiple places, and we saw that BrahMos was exported to Philippines in the most recent times. All this showcases a maturing of the industry and that India is now becoming a serious player in defense exports. Back to you.
Right, so big boost to Indian defense manufacturing. Thanks, Ishan, for joining us and giving us all those details. And now we are moving on to another breaking news we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now, Iranian army chief has released a statement saying no enemy must escape if they attempt to carry out a ground operation. So in direct reference to reports suggesting that US could now carry out a ground operation inside Iran. Now, the army chief also goes on to say the specter of war must lift from the United States, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. The army chief also mentions that no enemy must survive if they attempt to carry out a ground operation. So it is in direct reference to the reports claiming that as US is now mobilizing troops around Iran, it could go in for ground operation as a final and a massive blow. But Iranian army chief now warning directly to US, saying that the specter of war must be taken away from Iran. It is not wise that everyone else remains safe while our people continue to be in danger. It's a big warning, a big statement coming in from Iran's army chief on a potential ground operation by US troops. He also goes on to say that no enemy must escape if they try to carry out a ground operation. So also a warning to US forces if there is a plan, if a US administration is in fact mulling to undertake a ground operation inside Iran. The army chief now clearly warning that no one will be spared if they step a foot on Iranian soil. Now that's the warning coming in from Iran's army chief. Now remember also this comes after Donald Trump's war address, wherein he mentioned that he will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks while taking the country back to Stone Age. So right after Trump's war address, we're now looking at Iran's army chief also releasing a statement on potential ground operation that could take place inside Iran. He says no enemy must escape if they try and attempt a ground operation inside Iran. He also goes on to say that it's been enough, sort of also reflecting the war fatigue growing on Iran's side as well. He says that a specter of war must be lifted from Iran, and the people of Iran deserve to be safe and not under constant danger. Also reflecting the war fatigue growing on Iran side, as well as issuing a warning to Donald Trump administration if they are mulling over a plan to put their boots on ground, that no one will in fact escape if they attempt to undertake a ground operation inside Iran. It's a clear warning to a potential ground invasion that could come in from the US forces, and this statement has now been released by Iranian army chief right after Donald Trump also gave a wartime address. He addressed his nation. He talked about the escalation that could come in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, while saying that Iran will be hit hard extremely, as well as US will take Iran back to Stone Age. So in direct reference to those statements, and also in line with the kind of mobilization, troop mobilization we have been seeing all around Iran. Now, viewers, to give you some numbers, at present over 50,000 US troops are present in West Asia. It's the biggest build-up that US forces, in fact, have seen since 2003. Since 2 decades, such a build-up has not been seen. And in direct reference to that, we're looking at Iran's army chief now releasing a statement. All right, viewers, now moving on, Israel says that in the wake of extensive strikes in Tehran, the Air Force has now struck the base of the ground forces of Revolutionary Guards. Now, they've not just struck their base, but also mobile headquarters of the regime's commanders. Israeli army now says, we targeted in Tehran a military base of the infantry arm belonging to Iranian Revolutionary Guard, as well as their headquarters. So 2 key high-profile targets are now being hit in Tehran by the Israeli forces. They have in fact released a statement on this, highlighting how they have now struck a military base of the ground forces of Revolutionary Guard, along with a mobile headquarters of the regime's commanders. So 2 essential targets are being hit by the Israeli army. One, a base of the ground forces of the Revolutionary Guard, as well as a mobile headquarters. All the targets have now been hit inside the capital city of Iran. This as Israel, of course, continues with its targeted bombing all across the Iranian landscape. And now 2 key military targets are being struck by the Israeli Air Force. One is a mobile military headquarters, and the other one is a ground base. All right, viewers, now just a short while ago, in fact, early in the morning, US President Donald Trump addressed the nation on the war in Iran from the White House. Now, in this case, the president claimed that the war will end soon, while also claiming that Iran will be hit even harder in the coming 2 to 3 weeks. Now, he also reiterated that most of his remarks on the... All right, let's cut across to BJP's press conference. Gaurav Bhatia now speaking live.
स्टेट और एसएसपी को फोन किया, किसी ने कोई उत्तर नहीं दिया. The Honorable Chief Justice of the Calcutta High Court had to then call the Director General of Police and the Home Secretary to ensure the safety. Safety is a very important word. Judicial officers who are performing their duties under the Supreme Court order were worried about their own safety in the lawless state of West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee. The other senior judges of the Calcutta High Court were also in touch with the Chief Justice. ये जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स को रात में 12-1 बजे रिलीज कराया गया, और जब ये जा रहे थे तो इनकी गाड़ियों पर पथराव हुआ, हाथापाई हुई. ये है ममता बनर्जी जी का जंगल राज. और ये किस लिए है? ये इसलिए है कि शपथ ली है संविधान की, लेकिन प्यार किया है रोहिंग्या से. बचाना था पश्चिम बंगाल के नागरिकों को, उनकी रक्षा करनी थी, उनको अधिकार देना था. ममता बनर्जी कार्य कर रही है रोहिंग्या के अधिकार के लिए. एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया का विरोध केवल इसलिए. द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट, the Honorable CGI-led bench, of which Justice Joy Mallya Bagchi and Justice Vipin Pancholi were also part of a 3-judge bench, had this to say. As reported, the bench remarked, there was an abdication of duty by West Bengal government and its officers. पहला, जो कर्तव्य था उसका निर्वहन नहीं किया. ममता बनर्जी, शर्म आती है? पश्चाताप होता है? इस्तीफा देंगी? दूसरा रिमार्क कोर्ट ने किया, this incident is a brazen attempt not only to browbeat judicial officers but also challenges the authority of this court, that is the Supreme Court. जो न्यायिक अधिकारी हैं उनको धमकाना, बंधक बनाना, ब्राउ बीटिंग ऑफ जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स. और दूसरा, आप सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का जो क्षेत्र अधिकार है, जो उसकी ताकत है, उसको चुनौती दे रही हैं ममता बनर्जी. तीसरा, जो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण टिप्पणी है, not routine incident but appears to be calculated, motivated, move to demoralize the judicial officers and stop the ongoing process of adjudicating of objections in left out cases. हिंदी में कहें तो सोची समझी साजिश, इरादा है डराने का न्यायिक अधिकारियों को. सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसले के तहत जो एसआईआर प्रक्रिया सुनवाई चल रही है उसमें बाधा उत्पन्न करना ममता बनर्जी का मंशा है. जब ये सामने आता है तो ममता बनर्जी के ऊपर से विश्वास उड़ जाता है. उनकी प्राथमिकता पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासी भारतीय नागरिक हम लोग नहीं हैं. उनकी प्राथमिकता केवल रोहिंग्या है. रोहिंग्या के लिए हिंसा होगी, रोहिंग्या के लिए संविधान नष्ट होगा, रोहिंग्या के लिए सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को चुनौती देंगी, रोहिंग्या के लिए न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बना लिया जाएगा और ममता बनर्जी जी मूक दर्शक बनी रहेंगी. दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण, काला धब्बा. और पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता भी आज कह रही है, 4 मई भक्षक ममता पश्चिम बंगाल से गई. 4 मई भक्षक ममता पश्चिम बंगाल से गई. और इन कुकर्मों की वजह से, संविधान को नष्ट करने की वजह से सर्वोच्च न्यायालय यहां नहीं रुका. सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो निर्देश दिए हैं वो भी बड़े अहम हैं, मैं आपके समक्ष रखता हूं. पहला, इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया टू डिप्लॉय सेंट्रल फोर्सेस फॉर द सेफ वर्किंग ऑफ जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स. न्यायिक अधिकारियों की सुरक्षा के लिए निर्वाचन आयोग केंद्र की जो सेंट्रल फोर्सेस हैं उनको डिप्लॉय करेगा. दूसरा, निर्वाचन आयोग सुनिश्चित करेगा कि ये सेंट्रल फोर्सेस जहां पे जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स रह रहे हैं वहां पे भी डिप्लॉय की जाए. इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सारे वो रेमेडियल मेजर्स, वो निर्देश देंगे जिससे कि ये सुनिश्चित हो कि ये न्यायिक अधिकारी जो अपने कर्तव्य का निर्वहन कर रहे हैं ये सुरक्षित हों. सुरक्षित इस शब्द पे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जोर दिया है. हमारे न्यायिक अधिकारी पश्चिम बंगाल में जब ममता बनर्जी मुख्यमंत्री हैं तो सुरक्षित नहीं है. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को क्या निर्देश दिए हैं? होम सेक्रेटरी, डीजीपी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट एंड ऑल पुलिस ऑफिशियल्स आर डायरेक्टेड to ensure that not more than 2 or 3 persons shall be allowed to enter premises for filing objections. जब ऑब्जेक्शंस फाइलिंग होगी तो 2 या 3 लोगों से ज्यादा नहीं होंगे. डीजीपी, चीफ सेक्रेटरी, होम सेक्रेटरी, पुलिस ऑफिशियल, सबको यह निर्देश दिया गया है. जब सुनवाई होगी तब 5 से ज्यादा लोग वहां पे उपस्थित नहीं रहेंगे. यह बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है कि चीफ सेक्रेटरी, डीजीपी and the state chief electoral officer are directed to submit a compliance report. सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में compliance report फाइल की जाएगी. 6 अप्रैल को जब मामले की सुनवाई पुनः होगी तो चीफ सेक्रेटरी, डीजीपी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट एंड एसएसपी उस जिले के ये कोर्ट में प्रेजेंट रहेंगे और ये बताएं, शो कॉज देके दिया गया है कि आप बताइए क्यों आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई ना हो कि आपने संविधान को तार-तार किया है, कानून का उल्लंघन किया है. और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण, the Honorable Supreme Court has decided to hand over the investigation of the said incident to central agencies. सीबीआई या एनआईए से इस पूरे प्रकरण की जांच हो और कंप्लायंस रिपोर्ट सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में दी जाएगी. ऐसा फैसला आजाद भारत में चुनाव के दौरान कभी भी पहले नहीं दिया गया है. और यह क्यों जरूरी हुआ? जो न्याय का मंदिर है, जो हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस हैं, उनको हस्तक्षेप इसलिए करना पड़ा क्योंकि एक भक्षक मुख्यमंत्री ममता बनर्जी जी संविधान को तार-तार कर रही थी. मेरे कुछ सवाल हैं ममता बनर्जी जी से जो पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता भी पूछ रही है. पहला, क्या ममता बनर्जी आपको शर्म आ रही है? क्या आप इस्तीफा देंगी? अगर आप कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने में सक्षम नहीं हैं, संविधान को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सक्षम नहीं हैं, तो ये पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए भी अच्छा है कि आप इस्तीफा दें. और वैसे भी जैसा मैंने कहा, 4 मई भक्षक ममता बनर्जी गई. जनता ने तो आपका रिपोर्ट कार्ड एफ करके लिख दिया है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पश्चिम बंगाल में बनने जा रही है. लेकिन सवाल यह भी है, ये जो बचे कुछ दिन हैं, इसमें आप न्यायिक अधिकारियों को वो बंधक बनाएंगे, सारी संवैधानिक मर्यादाओं को तार-तार करेंगी. ये आज पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता पूछ रही है. दूसरा, जैसा मैंने बताया, 2 बजे से जो प्रकरण शुरू हुआ, रात के 12-1 बजे तक चला. एम मां माटी मानुष और एम मौन व्रत. ये मौन व्रत क्यों था? ममता बनर्जी जी, आपको उत्तर देना पड़ेगा. और ये स्पष्ट करता है कि आपके इशारे पे जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स को धमकाना, जनता को डराना और चुनाव को प्रभावित करना, क्योंकि आप जान गई हैं कि आप चुनाव हार रही हैं, इसलिए आपने अपने टीएमसी के गुंडों से यह कार्य कराया. तीसरा, आपकी तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति. क्या अब संविधान, कानून, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय, इलेक्शन कमीशन इस सबसे ऊपर हो गई है? आपको यह लगता है कि आपका जंगल राज ऐसा होगा कि सभी संवैधानिक संस्थाएं, आम आदमी डर के नतमस्तक हो जाएगा? तो यह होने वाला नहीं है. और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, कभी निर्वाचन आयोग पे सवाल उठाना, कभी सर्वोच्च न्यायालय पे सवाल उठाना, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के आदेश का पालन ना करना, ये बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और चिंताजनक है। और ये एक तस्वीर, जिस तरह से गाड़ियों पे पत्थरबाजी हो रही है, टीएमसी के गुंडे हिंसा के लिए जाने जाते हैं, ममता बनर्जी उनको संरक्षण देने के लिए जानी जाती है, लेकिन संविधान और कानून से ऊपर कोई नहीं है। ममता बनर्जी जी, आप भी नहीं है। इस देश में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय है, निर्वाचन आयोग है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक मजबूत विपक्ष बन के अपना कार्य कर रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जनता है, जनता जनार्दन होती है, और जनता ने मन बना लिया है। आपके पापों का घड़ा अब भर गया है, ये फूटेगा और आपको सजा मिलेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। If there are any questions on this topic, I'd like to take them. So first of all, it doesn't matter what the anarchist destroyer of constitution Mamata Banerjee says. What really matters, what is credible, what inspires confidence, what comes as relief and succor for the people of West Bengal and the entire country is the interference of the Honorable Supreme Court, the scathing remarks against Mamata Banerjee's government, the directions that make it clear rule of law does not exist and it cannot exist when Mamata Banerjee continues to be the Chief Minister of the state. Two, most importantly, the kind of remarks that are being made against the Honorable Home Minister of the country, Shri Amit Shah ji, itself reflect the sick anti-constitution mindset of Mamata Banerjee. She is destroying the federal structure of the country. A chief minister of West Bengal cannot respect the Home Minister of India. What is the message she is trying to send out?
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only Only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर
a very good afternoon. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. So, entire day today we've been tracking different stories. President Trump's address and the election-related updates. So, a lot of parties are filing their nominations and holding rallies in West Bengal and Tamil Nadu. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. BJP gears up for Bengal polls. Amit Shah holds mega roadshow in Bhawanipur ahead of Suvendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhawanipur. TMC workers protest during Amit Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamta government over judicial officers being held hostage. Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were gheraoed and threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicles. And TVK chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds mega roadshow after nomination was filed. A big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party replaces MP Raghav Chadha as deputy leader. Getting a big breaking news coming in, where the Delhi High Court has granted Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and other accused a final opportunity to file replies to the ED's plea in the excise policy case. This comes after Rouse Avenue Court discharged all accused in a related CBI case, with the court making observations against the ED. The ED has challenged these remarks, stating that they are unwarranted and legally incorrect, potentially impacting ongoing investigation and prosecution. Delhi High Court granting Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and others a final opportunity to file replies to the ED in the excise policy case. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV. And let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We're being joined by Sarthak. Okay, let's go to Sarthak. Sarthak, now, we know the ED had moved the Delhi High Court against Arvind Kejriwal's acquittal and summons case. And if you could just once again take our viewers through what the Delhi High Court has said. Is given a final chance to Kejriwal and the others to respond to the ED play.
Yes, absolutely. But before that, let me just give a little background of the case. This case is different from the original petition, the revision petition that was filed by CBI after the discharge of Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were discharged by the Rouse Avenue Court in the excise policy case. This is a case by ED where they filed a petition in the Delhi High Court against some certain remarks that were passed by the Rouse Avenue Court while discharging the members of the Aam Aadmi Party in the excise policy case. And uh, at this point, what ED says is that certain remarks or certain observations were made against ED while discharging the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the excise policy case, which challenges the investigation that is being done with ED. Although this should not be included in the CBI case. So, and this weakens the investigation that is being done by ED. The accused were supposed to file replies after the last date of hearing, and two opportunities have already been granted by the Delhi High Court to file replies in the plea by ED, but it seems like they have failed to file a reply in this case, and therefore the court has asked them an order to file a final reply to the ED's plea before the final arguments take place. Besides that, there is another case that the CBI has filed. They have filed a revision petition in the High Court. ED has also filed another petition where where they have said that certain remarks that were made by the Rouse Avenue Court while discharging the members of the Aam Aadmi Party, this may weaken the investigation that has been done by ED. So
Yes,
at this point,
Sarthak.
what we know of, there are multiple
Sarthak,
cases
I also want to ask you,
for sure pending in the Delhi
I
High
want to
Court.
know a little bit more about what the ED has said. The ED is claiming that Kejriwal is raising frivolous objections and is creating grounds not to attend the probe. And this is what the ED is saying. Kejriwal, by the way, is right now on interim bail in the money laundering case. So we're seeing these allegations coming in from the ED. So what is the ED really saying right now?
Well, ED is still investigating the money laundering case. However, the remarks that were made by Rouse Avenue case, which says that since the members of the Aam Aadmi Party have been discharged in the CBI case, the ED case itself weakens. However, that case is still pending. ED is still investigating the members of the Aam Aadmi Party under PMLA, and then therefore, at this point, making any sort of remark or observation on the ED case that is separate from the CBI case could weaken the entire investigation. ED is at the same time has also challenged Kejriwal's acquittal in the summons case, because another case was filed in the Rouse Avenue Court where they said that Kejriwal has failed to comply with the summons that were issued to him for the investigation in the PMLA case by ED. And in that case as well, the Arvind Kejriwal was acquitted and he was discharged, saying that there wasn't strong enough reason there wasn't much substance in the accusations that were made upon him. ED has also challenged that case. So at this point, there are multiple cases pending in the Delhi High Court. There is one CBI revision petition. There is this summon acquittal case that is pending, and the observation again, and a petition against the observation that were made by the Rouse Avenue Court while discharging Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and other Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the CBI case. So at this, and along with that, a big political development has also taken place, where it seems like Aam Aadmi Party has removed Raghav Chadha. So there are multiple political and legal developments taking place at this point. What we know of in this particular case, ED has argued against the remarks that were particularly passed by Rouse Avenue Court while discharging the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the CBI case.
Okay, thank you for getting those details. Thank you so much, Saad, for getting us top updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now, I really have to move ahead right now. We're getting some more updates. Now, we shift our focus to what Rajnath Singh is saying. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has reassured the nation that India is prepared to deal with any energy crisis in the West Asia conflict, stating that there's no shortage, I repeat, there's no shortage of petrol, diesel or gas in the country. He criticized the opposition for indulging in petty politics instead of standing with the nation during the crisis. Singh highlighted that the Indian Navy is safely escorting Indian tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz, ensuring the safety of Indian citizens and interests. He also emphasized the government's commitment to protecting Indians working in West Asia, particularly those from Kerala. So big updates coming in here. Rajnath saying no shortage of petrol and diesel. Okay, we have that statement. Let's play it out.
भारत का एक्शन अनप्रेसिडेंटेड होगा और डिसाइसिव होगा। और साथियों, आज हम सब एक बड़े परिवर्तन के दौर से गुजर रहे हैं। आज हम देख रहे हैं कि वेस्ट एशिया में बड़ा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चल रहा है। केरल के बहुत सारे लोग इन देशों में रहते हैं और काम करते हैं, मगर उन्हें चिंता नहीं करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हम अपने भारतीय नागरिकों की रक्षा और सुरक्षा के लिए हर कदम उठाने में किसी भी तरफ पीछे नहीं रहेंगे, बल्कि उसके लिए हम पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं। साथियों, कुछ लोग वेस्ट एशिया के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट के कारण कई तरह झूठ फैलाकर पैनिक फैलाना चाहते हैं। न तो देश में पेट्रोल डीजल की कमी है, न तो कुकिंग गैस सिलेंडर की कमी है, और भारत इस किसी भी एनर्जी क्राइसिस से निपटने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार है। हमारी नेवी स्ट्रेट ऑफ हार्मुज से भारतीय टैंकरों को सुरक्षित तरीके से निकाल रही है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी बहुत ही कासस हैं इस मामले में, और मोदी जी रोज अपने डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल्स का प्रयोग करते हुए इंडियंस के इंटरेस्ट की वह रक्षा कर रहे हैं। जबकि अपोजिशन इस संकट के समय देश के साथ खड़े होने के बजाय पेटी पॉलिटिक्स करने का काम कर रहा है। आप सब लोग समझदार हैं और अच्छी तरह जानते हैं।
And viewers, US President Trump addressed the nation on the war in Iran from the White House. The president claimed that the war will end soon, while claiming Iran will be hit even harder the next 2 to 3 weeks. He has reiterated most of his earlier remarks on opening of the Strait of Hormuz, military and weapons facilities in Iran, and regime change. Here is more.
While Iran was continuing strikes in West Asia, not ready to back down, US President Donald Trump delivered a war address from the White House.
Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger.
The US president again reiterated the claim that Iran has been decimated.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak.
Trump further said US forces in Iran are on track to complete their military objectives, and they will end this very soon.
Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
The US president asserted regime change has in fact taken place in Iran, and all big Iranian leaders are killed.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Though Trump said talks are in place, he warned Iran that US will next hit electrical plants if a deal is not reached.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
On the global energy crisis, Trump said,
Getting to some breaking news coming in. Let's go straight across to Malda. We see that protesters are vandalizing a police vehicle in Malda, West Bengal. Okay, we see a lot of security has been stepped up there. Let's go straight to Kishore. Kishore, what is happening in Malda? We have seen a lot of updates in terms of drama playing out there, and now further clashes being reported in Malda.
Well, these are live visuals from Jodhpur in Malda, where we see that a huge crowd has erupted in protest, and this is on the national highway, where a large number of people are burning tires and protesting against the SIR process and how they are alleging that names of legal voters have been deleted by the Election Commission, and they are protesting against the judicial officials. So these are live visuals of Malda, Jodhpur. This place is called Jodhpur. We see a huge crowd, and this crowd has gathered there. They are burning tires, multiple tires. The tires that are used in vehicles, in cars, rubber tires, those are being burnt on national highway. The whole national highway has been blocked. Therefore, people cannot travel from one point to the other due to such protests which are happening. BJP is alleging that it's Mamata Banerjee who is inspiring and instigating the crowd in order to protest against the SIR process. And Mamata Banerjee, on the other hand, today as well, she has been speaking a while back, and she said that she is continuing to protest against the SIR process in the way in which legal names, according to her, have been deleted by the Election Commission. And she's also alleging that Election Commission is hand in gloves with the BJP. So this is why the protests are happening all across Malda and Murshidabad. We saw Kalia Chowk yesterday. We saw Narayanpur today. We saw several other areas like Malda, English Bazaar today. And also in Malda, we see that such situation is in Jodhpur, such situation is arising. And these are live visuals from the spot.
Yes, Kishore, I really wanted to stay on with us because we'll keep our focus on Malda. Now, Supreme Court, a short while back, directed Election Commission to deploy central security forces in the areas of West Bengal where judicial officers are adjudicating claims and objections under the SIR process. What about that? You know, when speaking about security, what does it look like to you from the pictures that we are getting?
Well, in Malda, Jodhpur, we see a large number of special forces have been brought in. But as usual, the BJP is saying that the central forces are not being used in the most effective way. The BJP is alleging that there are scopes to use central forces in a more effective way so that such situation of violence do not erupt again and again. Now, Malda has been an epicenter of such violence since yesterday. 17 judicial officials were blocked. They were held inside a campus and they were not allowed to move away by the protesters. And BJP is alleging that these are not protesters. These are miscreants and goons inspired, instigated and insinuated by the TMC and by Mamata Banerjee herself. Now today again, since morning, we have seen several such instances where in Malda, protests are happening. Also in other districts such as Coach Bihar, there have been protests and clashes among the TMC workers and the BJP. So as we approach the election dates, as the dates are closing by, we see that several areas, pockets are erupting in violence and protests. The visual that we are showing right now, in the left-hand side, we see that the protest happening in Coach Bihar, a clash between TMC BJP. In the left-hand side window, what we are showing is a clash between TMC BJP in Coach Bihar, not Amit Shah rally. In the middle, we are showing violence in Malda, where fresh violence is erupting in Jodhpur area. On the other hand, in the right-hand side, we are showing in English Bazaar area of Malda, a police vehicle was vandalized and the driver who was driving that vehicle was injured in that rally. So 3 visuals on air. Left-hand side, Coach Bihar, clash between TMC and BJP. In the middle, violence in Malda, in Jodhpur area. On the right-hand side, police vehicle vandalized in English Bazaar in Malda. Pre-poll violence erupting in various parts of West Bengal, and that is what we are showing live right now.
Okay, we'll stay with these pictures which are coming in. And speaking about the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee, she looks like that it is looking like she distanced herself from this incident in Malda. Has she reacted?
She has reacted in a way that she should have. She is saying that BJP is instigating the people and BJP is causing such violence all over Bengal. That is what she is saying. She has been speaking a while back in a rally, a political rally, and what she is saying is that BJP is instigating the crowd in order to ensure that violence erupts in Bengal and there is a chance to promulgate president's rule in Bengal. That is what the BJP wants. That is what Mamata Banerjee is saying right now.
All right. Okay, we're staying with these pictures which are coming in. And Kishila is getting us top updates coming in here on Republic from Malda, because we're also seeing that Mamata is blaming the Election Commission, and Malda being a very sensitive zone, we have seen multiple clashes and incidents, specifically coming in from Malda, Kishila. Why do we see so much of political tension in Malda?
Well, as we know, Malda, Murshidabad, North 24 Parganas, these areas are very volatile and very sensitive. Now, why this is sensitive and volatile has been in several times analyzed by several political analysts, and also BJP has alleged again and again, due to the larger number of population the larger number of Muslim population in these areas. It's Mamata Banerjee who has instigated time and again this particular community, and she has caused such violence. This is what BJP is saying. Malda, Murshidabad, parts and pockets of North 24 Pargana and South 24 Pargana, these are areas where we see that the most number of violences happen. The clashes happen in these areas time and again. In the last elections as well, we have seen such violence erupting in these areas. Now, right now, what we see is that, again, Malda and Murshidabad have become epicenters of violence since last 3 days, especially since last night. Violence has erupted in Kaliachok area of Malda, in English Bazaar area of Malda, in several other parts of Malda like Jodhpur and other areas. And also in pockets of Coach Bihar, similar situations have been seen. Live visuals of, and right now what we are showing is Coach Bihar. SDO office visuals in Coach Bihar. I'll request the team to work on that. This is Coach Bihar. And in Coach Bihar, there is a clash between TMC and BJP. This is what we are showing right now live on air. Coach Bihar district in West Bengal, clashes between TMC and BJP on air right now. And protests against SIR turning violent in several areas. And what we see right now is just in front of the SDO office in Coach Bihar, a violent protest has erupted and clash between TMC and BJP has ensued in Coach Bihar. What we see live now, pre-poll violence all over Bengal, in several parts of Bengal, including Malda, Murshidabad, Coach Bihar and North 24 Pargana. This visual is Coach Bihar and not Malda. So right now what we see on air is BJP workers clashing, TMC workers and BJP workers are clashing. Why are they clashing? we are getting to know that BJP candidates were going to file nominations when they were stopped by TMC workers. And at that point of time, clashes ensued. And right now what we see is our reporter reporting live from Coach Bihar area, where high voltage situation in West Bengal, in Coach Bihar, where we see clashes erupting in between TMC and BJP. So at one hand, in Malda, we see violence erupting where people, where goons and miscreants are protesting against SIR. On the other hand, in Coach Bihar, we see TMC workers and BJP workers are protesting and clashing against each other while they are going to file their nomination at the SDO office. In fact, this is just outside the SDO office in Coach Bihar.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. Kishilai getting us top updates coming in from, we have updates from Coach Bihar, Malda, West Bengal. We see clashes breaking out all across West Bengal in a couple of areas. A lot of updates coming in here. And this is ahead of local elections, high voltage clash in Malda. Stay tuned. We will be getting you top updates.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जी MDH का जलजीरा
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, स्वाद असली मजा।
MDH
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये है तो की खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है मेरी राजा। मसाला
हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना, इसलिए सभापति इस बदल
For death
are in place. He is not reached.
the new radical more reasonable. Yet no deal is made. We have a target.
Said the high prices will come down once the war is over.
And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait open up now, will resume the flowing, and the gas will come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back.
And said that
There's no country like the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through.
earlier remarked that the war will come to an end.
Moving on to more, Iran has now proposed an emergency UNESCO meeting to present a detailed reports on serious damage that has taken place on its heritage sites. Now, this is caused by recent US-Israeli aerial attacks, according to Hassan, this war, but also hundreds of cultural heritage sites which have taken hit in this conflict, and now, in fact, Iran proposing an emergency meet on the site have damaged all across its land. Now, civilizational sites holding years and years of history inside them. In fact, now they have taken a hit during a conflict as Israeli strikes have hit sites, and now Iran on that proposing an emergency UNESCO meet. Moving on to more developments, Bahrain's defense has now released a number saying about 188 missiles and 429 drones have targeted Bahrain. They have been intercepted and destroyed since the start of this Iranian aggression. This is what Bahrain is calling all the strikes which have taken place on its landscape from Iran. They've also put out a number on this. Now, they say about 188 missiles and 429 drones have targeted Bahrain since the war began. They have been intercepted and destroyed since the start of this conflict. They call it as Iran's aggression, Iran's terror. And in the recent, now they put out highlighting that the scale of the attacks that have taken place on Gulf countries from the Iranian side. Now, it mentions about 400 drones which have been intercepted by Bahrain since the beginning of this war, and about 188 drones fired from the Iranian side. So those are the two big numbers put up by Bahrain's defense force, also showing the attacks that have taken place all across its landscape. And now, viewers, U.S. President Trump delivered an address from the White House this morning on the ongoing war in West Asia. And minutes later, missiles were launched from Iran towards the northern areas of Israel. Now, they were intercepted with no casualties caused, but it does show the strong retaliation that is coming from Iran's side, because Donald Trump in his war address claimed that U.S. has essentially destroyed Iran's missile capabilities. And in contradiction to that, another reality unfolding on the ground as it launches a barrage of missiles towards Israel right after Donald Trump ended his address. Take a look at this report.
The US President Donald Trump made the claim that the commander control of Iran is decimated. He reiterated that the US has attained all of their military objectives.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left.
With the change of regime in Iran, the US confirmed that Operation Epic Fury will continue. President Trump also highlighted during his speech that Iran had weapons that no one had, and that they will hit harder if there is no deal.
Just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before.
Trump further stated the primary objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat to the United States and its allies.
For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
In fact, he went on to thank the US allies in the Middle East and assured them that the US will not let harm come their way. Trump, while stating that it does not need the Middle Eastern oil, warned that the US has spared Iranian oil infrastructure, but going ahead, it could strike it. Uncle Sam also urged other countries to buy oil from the USA, while claiming that the US produces more oil than Russia and Saudi combined.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
With the war nearing completion, he asserted that we will bring back Iran to Stone Age.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's response to Trump's address was a sharp rebuke. It mocked Trump, calling it out to be living in a wonderland. The Iranian media also said Trump has the history of lying and bluffing. The response came not only in the form of words, but also missile launches towards Israel, right after Trump claimed he had annihilated its military and navy and air force.
All right, viewers, now moving on to more attacks that are taking place all across the landscape of Iran. Now, in the latest, United States has bombed a dental university in Kermanshah, western Iran. Now, in this effort to combat Iran's nuclear and missile programs, a university, in fact, has been bombed in the latest by United States. Now, it's a university in the western part of the country in Kermanshah. It's a dental university which has now been struck by the United States as it tries to make more efforts to combat Iran's nuclear and missile programs. Now we're getting you visuals of the damage caused at the university campus by these strikes, and you can see how the glass in fact has been shattered all across due to the strikes by US and Israel. Now these are the latest strikes conducted by the United States on this dental university in Kermanshah, but not the university. In fact, we have seen Urmia University has also been hit before by the United States, claiming that there were research going on for advanced missile program inside the university, and this time also a dental university has been struck by the US in its effort to combat Iran's missile and nuclear program. Now visuals on your screen show you the damage caused by these attacks by the United States on the university campus. It's in western Iran, in Kermanshah in fact, where the university has been struck. All right, viewers, in fact, it's not just a dental university which has been struck, but also a medical research center in Tehran has now been struck in the US-Israeli strikes. Now, it has in fact hit centuries-old Pasha Institute in Tehran, causing extensive damage, according to Iran's health ministry. So, time and again, we are looking at ramping off of the attacks by the United States. First, it was a dental university, and now it's a medical research center in the capital city of Tehran, which has been struck, and the visuals on your screen show you the site of the attack. You can see a column of smoke, in fact, rising from the medical research center, which has been struck in these latest strikes. We have highlighted those visuals for you. You can also see the explosion taking place first, and then a plume of smoke rising, a column of smoke rising from the medical research center, which has been struck by the US and Israeli strikes in the latest attacks. We are looking at more and more attacks now taking place all across the Iranian landscape, and not just in the capital city. All right, in fact, another incident of a research center coming under attack. This time it's a medical research center that has been struck in the capital city. All right, viewers, now moving on to another statement that is coming from Iran's army chief. Now, he has clearly stated that no enemy must escape if they try to carry out a ground operation. Now, Iran's army chief also goes on to say that the specter of war must lift from us, which means Iran, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. The chief of the army in Iran also goes on to say that no enemy must survive if they attempt to carry out a ground operation. So this, viewers, is in direct reference to the kind of mobilization we are witnessing of American troops on ground, and the reports that US could now go in for a potential ground operation. So in direct reference to that, the statement has come in from Iran's army chief. My colleague Gesu now joins me with more details on this. Gesu, it's a direct warning with regards to a potential ground operation by the US forces. Iran's army chief now says that no one must escape or survive if they try to attempt a ground operation.
From the US's side in the Israeli forces remains a huge possibility in the escalating West Asia tensions. And remember, now Iran has responded after Trump also gave a speech where he did not give any exit clear plan. Now Iran responds. Iran's army military leader says that they will take down each and every invader, and that in case of a ground incursion, nobody who invades the Iranian territory will go back alive. Now remember, this comes closely after the IRGC also said that in case the US soldiers put any foot on the Iranian territory, they will be turned into shark fodder in the Gulf region. And in case, the US has been planning these incursions, it's also important to now understand that the simple answer for an incursion right now seems like a big no for the US. Geographically, their soldiers are not trained for a terrain that Iran is based out of. Not just that, they have moved about 50,000 troops. Iran has already said that they are moving about 1 million troops. That's a huge parity in the numbers of the troops that are moving towards, fighting each other. Not just that, their airborne divisions have been mobilized, but airdrops will straight up happen in the mouth of the kill. That was the IRGC statement. They said that US soldiers will be turned into shark fodder in the Gulf. And now Iran's senior military leader has claimed that in case of an invasion, all the invaders, all the US soldiers will be killed in case there is an invasion of the Iranian territory. Ishita.
Right. Thanks so much, Gesu. Continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you for more breaking developments we're getting at this moment. Now, IRGC Aerospace Force Commander Saeed Majid Musavi has released a statement saying, "It is you who are taking your soldiers to their graves, not Iran, whom you seek to drag back to the Stone Age." So direct reference again to what Donald Trump earlier said in his war address. That Donald Trump has said that he will be hitting Iran extremely hard in the coming 2 to 3 weeks while trying to take Iran back to Stone Age. So in direct reference to that, now IRGC Aerospace Commander, in fact, has given out a statement. Viewers, as of now, cutting across to oil briefing that we're getting, the interministerial briefing about the developments in West Asia.
इससे कि हमारे जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनका इंटरनल मूवमेंट विद इन देश हम उसको कोऑर्डिनेट कर सकें, और पर्टिकुलरली जो हमारे स्ट्रैंडेड एक्सपोर्ट्स थे, कंटेनर्स थे, उनको हम सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड कर सकें। इसी तरह इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा हम लोग सर्विस इंप्रूवमेंट ग्रुप के तहत कार्य करते हैं, और रिजर्व बैंक, जैसे कि आप सबको अवगत है, पिछले 2 दिनों में ही कई सर्कुलर इशू किए गए हैं जिससे ट्रेड को, चाहे वो जो क्रेडिट पीरियड है उसकी समय अवधि, प्री शिपमेंट और पोस्ट शिपमेंट एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट की समय अवधि बढ़ाई गई है। इसी तरीके से पैकिंग क्रेडिट जो है उसमें लिक्विडेशन उस क्रेडिट का हम ऑल्टरनेट सोर्सेज के द्वारा कर सकें या डोमेस्टिक सेल के द्वारा कर सकें, उससे रिलेटेड एग्जम्पशन दी गई हैं। इसी समय को अवगत है कुछ स्कीम्स जैसे कि एडवांस ऑथराइजेशन और एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन फॉर कैपिटल गुड, इन स्कीम के द्वारा हम एक्सपोर्ट फैसिलिटेशन करते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट्स को सपोर्ट करते हैं, और उसमें ड्यूटी फ्री इंपोर्ट किया जा सकता है इनपुट्स का, ताकि हम एक्सपोर्ट्स को बढ़ावा दे सकें। ऐसे समय पर उसकी समय अवधि को, एक जो उसका एक पीरियड होता है, उसको हमने 3 महीने, क्योंकि हमारे को एक्सपोर्ट कम्युनिटी से यह रिक्वेस्ट आई थी तो उसको बढ़ाया गया है कि वे 3 महीने की अधिक अवधि में भी अपना एक्सपोर्ट कमिटमेंट फुलफिल कर सकते हैं। कोई लाइसेंस या कोई एडिशनल पेनल्टी पे नहीं करना है, जिससे कि उनको फायदा हुआ कि उनकी सप्लाई चेन बनी रहे, उनके शिपिंग डिसरप्शन के समय में जो डिलेज हैं वो मैनेज कर सकें, और साथ ही उनकी बिजनेस कंटिन्यूटी को हर्ट ना हो। इसी तरह से हमारी एक मुख्य स्कीम है जिसको हम रोटेप कहते हैं, जिसके अंतर्गत हम जितने भी सेंट्रल, स्टेट और लोकल टैक्सेस होते हैं जो कि किसी और स्कीम में रीइंबर्स नहीं होते, लेकिन अगर वह एक्सपोर्ट के लिए इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं तो उसको सरकार रीइंबर्स करती है। उसमें जिस फरवरी के समय में उन टैक्सेस का परसेंटेज घटाकर 50% किया गया था, लेकिन जब ये वॉर की सिचुएशन हम लोग के सामने आई तो उसको हमने 23 मार्च से फिर से रिस्टोर किया, जिससे कि जो हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स हैं, अगर वो राइजिंग फ्रेट, इंश्योरेंस या इनपुट कॉस्ट के चैलेंज को जब अगर वो इस समय मैनेज कर रहे हैं तो उनकी प्राइस कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस बनी रहेगी और वो ग्लोबल ट्रेड को कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं। इसी के साथ ही एक वर्किंग कैपिटल, जैसे कि हमारा एक कंपोनेंट होता है एक्सपोर्ट ऑब्लिगेशन डिस्चार्ज सर्टिफिकेट, यानी कि प्रति एक्सपोर्टर को एक समय अवधि दी जाती है जिसमें कि वो अपना एडवांस ऑथराइजेशन या जो ईपीसीजी स्कीम के अंतर्गत अपने एक्सपोर्ट की ऑब्लिगेशन को पूरा करे, और उसके पूरा होने के बाद वह अपनी जो वर्किंग कैपिटल की बैंक गारंटी उसने प्रोवाइड की है उस पर्टिकुलर बैंक गारंटी को डिस्चार्ज करा सकते हैं। तो हमने इस समय पर एक ड्राइव ली और 12,000 एक्सपोर्ट ऑब्लिगेशन डिस्चार्ज सर्टिफिकेट्स को पिछले 1 महीने में इशू किया गया, जिसके द्वारा ब्लॉक्ड वर्किंग कैपिटल हमारे एक्सपोर्टर्स के पास फिर से अवेलेबल होगी ताकि वो अपनी प्रोडक्शन कंटिन्यूटी और री इन्वेस्ट कर सके नए ऑर्डर्स में। वाइल ये सारे कार्य जब किए जा रहे थे, इसी तरह जेम एंड ज्वेलरी एक्सपोर्ट, जैसे कि इससे पहले हमने आपको बताया, उसमें उनका एक्सपोर्ट ऑब्लिगेशन पीरियड भी हमने 1 माह की अवधि से बढ़ाया, जिससे कि हमारे जेम एंड ज्वेलरी सेक्टर को उनके एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट वर्दीनेस बैंक्स के साथ बनी रहे और हम एक पर्टिकुलर, जैसे आज भी वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट कट एंड पॉलिश डायमंड हब के रूप में अपनी स्ट्रेंथ को कंटिन्यू कर सकें। इसी तरह से हमारी एक और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कॉमर्स की संस्था एग्रीकल्चर एंड प्रोसेस फूड्स प्रोडक्ट्स एंड एक्सपोर्ट डेवलपमेंट एजेंसी, जिसे शॉर्ट में हम अपेडा कहते हैं, उसने हमारी तरफ से एक एक्सपोर्टर्स की हेल्पलाइन को एस्टैब्लिश किया। मेजर एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्टर्स पर्टिकुलरली पेरिशेबल्स और बासमती राइस, मीट और पोल्ट्री के लिए उन्होंने एयर कार्गो ऑपरेटर्स के साथ
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। आदरणीय सभापति जी, जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं।
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I am Rakshita Mishra with you. We get you all the latest updates coming in as far as the war in West Asia is concerned. The reaction coming in on Donald Trump's address and much more. First, quick check of the headlines. BJP gears up for Bengal elections. Amit Shah holds massive roadshow in Bhabanipur ahead of Shubhendu Adhikari's nomination. TMC workers disrupt Amit Shah's rally in Bhabanipur. TMC workers protest during Shah's roadshow. Supreme Court pulls up Mamata government over judicial officers being held hostage. A Supreme Court notes how judicial officers were carried and threatened. Another instance of pre-poll violence in Malda. Protesters vandalized police vehicles. TVK chief Vijay files nomination from Trichy East. Vijay holds a mega road show after the nomination is filed. Big shake-up within the Aam Aadmi Party. AAP replaces MP Raghav Chadda as the deputy leader. The IRGC commander hits back at Pete Hegseth, the war secretary, of the Stone Age tweet, saying that it is the US who is taking the soldiers to their graves. Now, this is a counter-attack that's coming in from the IRGC to Pete Hegseth's Stone Age tweet. Now, I quote the IRGC, "It is US who are taking your soldiers to their graves, not Iran. Hollywood delusions have so poisoned US minds that with their paltry 250-year history threaten a civilization over 6,000 years old," unquote. So that is the IRGC hitting back at Pete Hegseth over what he talked about as far as Iran is concerned. And this was Pete Hegseth, in fact, had given a threat to Iran that it will go back to the Stone Age. And now the IRGC, in fact, has also hit back. We've seen that how Pete Hegseth, in his address, had said that Iran could be Donald Trump also warned that Iran could be taken back to the Stone Age if the conflict escalates further. Meanwhile, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. So Iran is unrelenting, and now in the latest, its army chief has said that no enemy should escape if they attempt to carry out a ground operation in Iran. Iranian army chief says, and I quote, "The specter of war must lift from us, and it is unreasonable that other places be safe while our people are in danger. No enemy must survive if they attempt to carry out a ground operation," unquote. So as Donald Trump says that Iran will be hit hard, Iranian army chief now says that no enemy should escape now, and that it is warning US against any ground operation. So this is the war of words. Amidst the war of words, the war of narratives also, of course, is amplifying. And we see that Tehran says that the war will go on till US does not back down. Donald Trump, of course, has made statements today that war is nearly over, but vows that there will be extremely hard hits in Iran. All right, so let's tell you about Donald Trump, go in detail about his address from the White House on the ongoing war. Just minutes later, minutes after his address, there were missiles launched from Iran towards the northern areas of Israel, and that were intercepted with no casualties caused. Now, a new wave of missile attacks began soon after Trump announced that he had destroyed Iran's missile capabilities.
The US President Donald Trump made the claim that the commander control of Iran is decimated. He reiterated that the US has attained all of their military objectives.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left.
With the change of regime in Iran, the US confirmed that Operation Epic Fury will continue. President Trump also highlighted during his speech that Iran had weapons that no one had, and that they will hit harder if there is no deal.
Just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before.
Trump further stated the primary objective was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and stop the threat to the United States and its allies.
For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons.
In fact, he went on to thank the US allies in the Middle East and assured them that the US will not let harm come their way. Trump, while stating that it does not need the Middle Eastern oil, warned that the US has spared Iranian oil infrastructure, but going ahead, it could strike it. Uncle Sam also urged other countries to buy oil from the USA while claiming that the US produces more oil than Russia and Saudi combined.
Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined.
With the war nearing completion, he asserted that we will bring back Iran to Stone Age.
We are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong.
Iran's response to Trump's address was a sharp rebuke. It mocked Trump, calling it out to be living in a wonderland. The Iranian media also said Trump has the history of lying and bluffing. The response came not only in the form of words, but also missile launches towards Israel, right after Trump claimed he had annihilated its military and navy and air force.
There was a lot of course, curiosity as to what Donald Trump is going to say, what is he going to say in his address, but he repeated most of the earlier statements as far as the Strait of Hormuz is concerned, again claiming without any fact or figure, without any evidence that the war is nearly over, that US has won the war. Meanwhile, it said that Iran will be hit even harder in the weeks to come. And that, of course, has elicited that response from Iran we just showed you. Let's take a closer look at Donald Trump's address this morning.
While Iran was continuing strikes in West Asia, not ready to back down, US President Donald Trump delivered a war address from the White House.
Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger.
The US president again reiterated the claim that Iran has been decimated.
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak.
Trump further said US forces in Iran are on track to complete their military objectives and they will end this very soon.
Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield.
The US president asserted regime change has in fact taken place in Iran and all big Iranian leaders are killed.
In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Though Trump said talks are in place, he warned Iran that US will next hit electrical plants if a deal is not reached.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously.
On the global energy crisis, Trump said the high prices will come down once the war is over.
In any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up.
The US president said that US does not need Hormuz for energy needs and those who do can secure it themselves.
There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it.
Trump, however, repeated his earlier remarks that the war will soon come to an end as most of its military objectives has been achieved.
Continuing with its operations in Lebanon, IDF now claims that it has struck at least 40 Hezbollah targets and struck dozens of terror infrastructure sites in the past 24 hours. This is IDF claiming it has eliminated over 40 Hezbollah terrorists, and it continues with its ground operations in southern Lebanon, combined with aerial, naval and ground strikes targeting the Hezbollah terror infrastructure. And we can see also visuals coming in from Beirut, Israel claiming 40 Hezbollah terrorists eliminated in 24 hours. And a recent video from Beirut also on your screens right now. So we see that the ground operations and even the aerial and naval strikes in southern Lebanon continues. It's become a massive part of the a massive flashpoint in this entire war. And the ground operations have witnessed multiple casualties as far as the operations of the IDF are concerned. It's expanding its ground invasion in Lebanon. Even the UN peacekeepers have been killed in this in the war zone, and now we have more expansion of this operation. 40 Hezbollah terrorists killed in 24 hours, says the Israeli Defense Forces. And Lebanon is on the edge, clearly, viewers. In fact, the IDF continues to warn the civilians to evacuate different places, different locations. Okay, this is the latest visual that has been released by Israel from southern Lebanon. We do not know the exact location yet, but trying to intend to send out a message that they are targeting the Hezbollah, and more and more terrorists are being eliminated in its ground operations. And this is the latest visual from the site of operation that has been released by IDF. All right, now shifting focus to the elections back home in India. Ahead of the West Bengal polls, situation in Malda has escalated into a major political and legal crisis following the special intensive revision of electoral rolls. 7 judicial magistrates, including 3 women, were held hostage for several hours at the Kalia Chowk Block Development Office. Officers were deployed to oversee the SIR process, a court-mandated exercise to clean up the electoral rolls. And massive violence also broke out on the streets. More in this report.
Massive political row broke out ahead of elections in Kalia Chowk in West Bengal after revised list of special intensive revision. Seven judicial magistrates held hostage for several hours in West Bengal's Malda district over the deletion of names from the electoral rolls. The officers remained trapped inside the building late into the night, and their vehicles were vandalized by protesters. According to officials, the protesters initially sought a meeting with the judicial officers and began the agitation after being denied entry. Trinamool Congress supporters blocked the national highways, effectively cutting off North Bengal and South Bengal. After several hours of high tension, the police and district administration managed to evacuate the officers. However, the evacuation was not without danger. Union Minister of State Sukanta Majumdar condemned the incident and blamed Mamata Banerjee government for the violence.
महिला जो हमारे ये थे जुडिशियल मजिस्ट्रेट थे, उनके गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ किया गया, कॉन्वॉय ना जा पाए इसके लिए वहां पे रास्ते के अंदर बांस डाले गए, बम्बू डाले गए कि कॉन्वॉय आगे ना बढ़े। और जिस तरीके से कि लेफ्ट फ्रंट के जमाने में अनीता देवान को इसी तरीके से एक महिला जस्टिस को गाड़ी से उतार कर पीट कर मार डाला गया था, उस तरीके की पूरी अभिसंधि थी, उस तरीके की पूरी प्लानिंग थी। और ममता बनर्जी का जो लगातार जो उसकाना, एक सेकंड वाला उसकाना, उनका जो बयान, वो बयान इसके पीछे जिम्मेदार है।
Meanwhile, BJP IT cell head Amit Malviya also said law and order cannot be allowed to collapse like this and urged for normalcy. Following instructions from the district judge, the officers stayed together and avoided individual movement to minimize risk. However, the situation continued to deteriorate even as all judicial officers have been evacuated as blockade continues. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government over the incident, calling it a brazen attempt to obstruct justice. The top court has issued show cause notice to senior officials and directed ECI to deploy security for more safety.
And we have some breaking news coming in right now. TVK leader Adav Arjuna's vehicle rammed into a police officer in Trichy. Reserve Police Officer Satish, who was on security duty, he suffered a leg fracture, and police immediately rescued the officer, sent him to the government hospital, and that's the latest update we have right now. TVK leader Adav Arjuna's vehicle rams into a policeman, a police personnel. His leg has been now, a police officer's leg has been fractured. That's the latest update we have right now from Trichy, where we have even TVK chief Vijay also filing nominations today. And Adav Arjuna's vehicle ramming into Trichy police officer. You just see those visuals, the moment after he got hit by the car. He was rushed, and he's stable, what we understand, but his leg has been fractured. We have no statement yet, I believe, from the TVK as to this incident is concerned. But we'll get you first from Republic TV this visual and this news that is coming in from Trichy. So it was, of course, a very important day for the TVK. And of course, TVK chief Vijay held a rally today as he filed nomination for Trichy East Assembly seat. Thousands of fans had flocked when he was filing his nomination also. And there have been multiple controversies earlier in the previous Peravallur rally also. There was a case against Vijay for blocking ambulance route as well. So there's a lot of politics also unfolding. This is, of course, a story we'll keep a close eye on. Meanwhile, okay, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening as far as the Congress is concerned. Congress is set to release a list of candidates today. For Tamil Nadu, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin spoke at a rally revealing that Rahul Gandhi will make the announcement of candidates for 27 constituencies where Congress is contesting in Tamil Nadu. Meanwhile, TVK President and actor and politician Vijay, along with Udayanidhi Stalin, filed the nomination Trichy East Assembly segment today.
TVK chief Vijay has entered the foray from 2 seats in his maiden electoral plunge. He in fact also held a roadshow outside the Tiruchi airport ahead of filing his nomination for the Tiruchi East constituency. Udayanidhi Stalin, the DMK Youth Wing secretary, filed his papers at the Chepauk Tiruvallikeni seat, from where he is seeking a re-election. Vijay flew from Chennai to Trichy and filed his nomination in company of party seniors. Udayanidhi Stalin, the son of DMK Supremo MK Stalin, came in a procession in an open jeep along with supporters and filed his papers before the returning officers. With the filing of nominations having commenced for the high-stake four-cornered contest, the two arch rivals, DMK and AIADMK, which have been ruling the state alternatively for the last 6 decades, gain momentum for a direct face-off in 121 constituencies across the state. In Tamil Nadu, the election will be conducted on the 23rd of April.
We have some breaking news coming in. We'll just try and get you more details as we have an update coming in from the Kremlin. Okay, viewers, so we just go to the Artemis launch. NASA's Artemis has successfully launched 4 astronauts from the United States today and Canada to space, and the astronauts will fly around the moon before returning to Earth. And for the first time in more than 50 years, astronauts are traveling to the moon as part of the Artemis program. Take a look at this report.
NASA fueled its powerful space launch system rocket today, ahead of liftoff for humanity's first lunar mission in more than half a century. The mission carried 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Canada's Jeremy Hansen. The crew will travel around the moon without landing or entering orbit, before heading back for a Pacific splashdown. The astronauts are expected to travel nearly 4,000 miles beyond the moon, setting a new record for the farthest distance traveled from Earth. Ahead of launch, the crew departed the Neil Armstrong operations and checked out and board the Astrovan for the ride to Launchpad 39B. If successful, the Artemis mission will mark a major step towards NASA's long-term goal of returning humans to the moon and eventually sending astronauts to Mars.
All right, we shift our focus back to the Tamil Nadu elections. TVK chief Vijay filed nominations today, and we will be getting you more details on that after this very, very short break that we are going into right now. Files his nomination from Trichy East. Why is the seat significant for him? We'll tell you much more on that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है। इसलिए मैं देशवासियों से भी कहूंगा कि हमें हर चुनौती के लिए तैयार रहना ही होगा। जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि इस युद्ध को लेकर पल पल में हालात बदल रहे हैं। आदरणीय सभापति जी, ये संकट अलग प्रकार का है और इसके समाधान भी अलग प्रकार से ही तय किए जा रहे हैं। हमें धीरज के साथ, संयम के साथ, शांत मन से हर चुनौती का मुकाबला करना है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास में और खाओ 8 मिनट
Wow, Mama!
इस युद्ध को
Terror